What's up? I just realized that would have totally cut the music for you guys. Shit. Sorry about that. What's up? There we go. Music's back. What up? What up? Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? How are we feeling? What's up? That was a taste of the music that I was thinking about doing for today that ended up not hitting the cutting room floor. This is another one. Ooh. Ooh. I really wanted that to be this track to be in the Arcanus house, but it just felt a skosh too silly, honestly. Very Steven Universe. I feel that. I see that. Oh my goodness. How's it going? We're a little bit early. Blue and Ryan said noon. But I figured, you know, so close to our normal time that I would just get in a little bit early. But I will be just kind of chatting to you guys, you know, prepping stuff on my end a little bit. Yeah. That works for me. Gotta make sure that they can hear everything. Okay, cool. And I think they should be able to hear this as long as I share my screen, right? I hope they can hear the music. I have all the music locally. I should have just uploaded it to Roll20. And then I got confused. I was having so much trouble finding copyright-free music. You guys know I've had fucking debates around copyright-free shit for a while. And I found a great website for it. Let's see. But I think, and I've got their two characters pulled up. They are a Fungril and a Samaya. Oh, and it looks like neither of them are streaming this time, so it's gonna be all us, baby. All us all day. Calling in closer to one. Yeah. There, I'm coordinating with them still. And I think I'm just gonna put this playlist on loop. I don't know if I can do that, because I have a playlist going right now. I don't know if I can just loop the entire thing. I don't know how that works for VLC. Are they on Twitch? Like, have accounts or only on YouTube? I believe both of them have accounts on Twitch. I believe I added their accounts in the Twitch title. But I don't know where they actually stream. I think Blue normally streams on TikTok, and Ryan either multi-streams or just streams on YouTube. Or I could be totally wrong about both of those things. Yeah, I cannot figure out. Oh, there's a loop. I found the loop button. There we go. But yeah, so they're a Fungril and a Samaya. And I thought, especially while they're still getting set up, we might take a look at their characters and just write down like some small things, you know, just a thing here and there for maybe, you know, what we would want to. Oh wait, we can mute that. Sorry, I did that doubled for a second. Some small things here and there for what we can do to like get their characters involved, you know, some little special little things, you know. So let me see here. I'm also pulling up my notes. So, today's players. Oh, yeah. Very nice Mustang. Thank you very much. What up, John? How you doing? Good to see ya. Let's see here. So their characters, Ryan, and I won't introduce them too much. We're just gonna be looking at, you know, their abilities. In terms of, you know, really working in backstory, I think that's not something I'm gonna be, or I'm gonna have to improv it, you know, if I do it. Just because I don't really know a lot of the background of their characters yet. I think we're gonna go into it though. But they have a Samaya Knuckles and a Fungril Murphy. And the first thing, oh yeah, I'm excited too, Brittany. I'm a little nervous, especially because I've never, you know, played or GM'd this system before. I'm a little nervous because, you know, the first time will be on a new thing, but it's all good. I'm excited. I'm more excited than nervous. So the first thing I saw, right, when they sent this guy over. Oh, also I need to pull up the actual Sablewood Messengers thing. See, and this is exactly why I wanted to go live a little bit early, is to make sure that I had enough time to set everything up. And so you guys can kind of see my setup. All right, quick start adventure, 3 to 6 players. But I did see that Murphy has Arcane Sense, which is you can sense the presence of magical people and objects when you're close to them. One of the things about this adventure is that all they know is that the crate is large, heavy, and sealed with magic addressed to the Whitefire Arcanist, and they're just supposed to deliver this important package to Hush. I think a very quick and easy way to, like, instantly reward some, like, character choice is with Murphy's Arcane Sense. You can sense the presence of magical people and objects when you're close to them. I think that rather than just like straight up like reading this out, link it back to like Murphy senses that it's sealed with magic, right? Very powerful magic. And maybe even work in something about the ward, like the Arcanist tells them that the where I think she tells it right around here that they need to like basically re-infuse the keystone. So I think something about how the keystone is like out of power, you know, like Murphy being able to sense that with Arcane Sense, I think could be a nice little like very fast way to reward character choice, you know? One of them is playing Elemental Sorcerer. That's one of the ones I'm most excited to try out. It looks sick. Yeah, Elemental Origin. Both of their characters, dude, Knuckles is it's so funny that it's a Seaborn Samaya Rogue, but then the rest of our build is so different. It's so funny that like we chose like the very similar things up here, but then like a different subclass, different domains. Like I think our two characters would play totally differently, but it's very similar to the test character that I made, which is kind of funny. So yeah, that's a way, because I wanted to think about some ways to draw them in kind of instantly where I can. And then for Knuckles, a lot of Knuckles' stuff, is not very passive. It kind of requires something to be done. The only thing I'm thinking about is rewarding Hyde as soon as I can. So, like, hide is when you move into a location where no enemies can see you, you are hidden. It doesn't say that, like, they have to activate hide. You know what I'm saying? It's just that, like, they just are hidden. So, I'm considering this, especially for the ambush, of, like, letting Knuckles know, even when the ambush starts, that the enemies can't necessarily see him because of hide. So they'll get advantage on the roll when they leave, like, you know, when they make, like, their first attack within that ambush combat, and they won't get hit as part of the ambush. So yeah, I'm pretty psyched. I think the other thing that I'm going to really quickly reread, so we got about 18 minutes. I want to take a little briefest overview of the GM advice. Running an adventure. For GMs new to Daggerheart, I am. How did you know? Also, no on-screen chat today. And in general, for those of you who are more used to, you know, my streams, who are maybe regulars, and know that I'm normally a very, very high chat interaction guy. During this, it's going to be close to zero chat interaction. Close to zero. I've got, like, alerts turned off. I've got TTS turned off. It is going to be focusing on the game. So, I figured you guys would be cool with it. Yeah. I didn't expect you guys to not be cool with it, but wanted to let you know beforehand. It's gonna be fun, Rebecca. So, begin and end with the fiction. Makes sense. Narrative first. It's focused on collaboration and building a character-focused story full of emotion. Okay. Everyone is on the same team. Very nice. Collaboration is key. Every role carries weight. The story always moves forward. I like that. And follow the narrative. Okay. I think the thing that I'm going to keep the core GM mechanics kind of up on the side. So we're going to have these two on here. Oh, and I need to add Murphy. Add. There we go. So that'll be, and does that stay between? Hell yeah. Okay, so that'll be my total fear, as well as Knuckles and Murphy's turn tokens. Or not turn tokens, but like tokens that they've submitted or whatever. Oh no, it's grabbing the wrong one. 1 second. Take that off. There we go. And just in case it comes back. There we go. So, yeah, we will take care of ourselves. DTRPGs usually don't benefit from constant interruption. Yeah, a bit. It's also why I turned off ads on Twitch today. So if you're, you know, watching on Twitch and you're not subbed, you'll get a pre-roll. Also, speaking of, thank you for the resub, Soya. I appreciate it. But yeah, you'll see pre-rolls on Twitch today if you're not subbed, because I was like, I do not want mid-rolls running during this. Okay. So, I need to remember, always make a GM move when they roll with fear, when they roll with failure, when they take an action that has consequences, when they give me a golden opportunity, or look to me for what happens next. Very straightforward. I also need to remind myself what I can do with fear, which is right here. I wonder, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy this a couple of times just so that I can have the things all pulled up kind of next to each other. So, core GM mechanics. We're going to have making moves pulled up there. We're going to have fear pulled up here. And I think I'm relatively straight on everything else. Ads ruin the flow of things? How dare they? What? You're insane, Mega. What are you talking about? I just need to remind myself. Advantage and disadvantage. It's 1d6 on the PC side, and it's doubled on the GM side? Is that right? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. You can spend a fear to add an advantage in the form of a d20 to your own die roll. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. But that's in the fear section, which is a little silly. Take advantage on a roll. Yeah, there it is. And, oh, how much do I start with? They begin the campaign with 2 fear, just like the PCs begin with 2 hope. And do they have their hope marked? Oh, they do. Look at that. Look at them. Okay, so these are kind of our reference pages. Let's see. Adversaries, common adversary moves, scaling, breakdown. I'll keep this up just in case. Just in case, you know. I think other than that, though, I'm pretty... Ooh, I should probably keep this up for the action tracker. Oh, but that would be behind fear. Okay, so it'll go fear, action tracker, adversary. I think that's about good. I think I'm good on that. And then I have the quick start adventure right here. I'm gonna put that right at the beginning. And then I have their character sheets right here. I'm gonna keep them separate. Oh, Blue says he's good to call. Are we good? Are we good? I think I can say that we are. I think we can say we are. All right, we'll hop in with Blue. We'll hop in with Blue. Let's see. Let me pause that. I'm not sure if Ryan will be good, but we will get Blue sorted. What up, what up?
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Pretty good, pretty excited.
Yeah, I'm psyched.
How are we? I'm looking forward to it.
It's so funny. Knuckles is very it's like the core of it is very similar to the test character that I made.
Right.
But then you like hard diverted at some point and resulted in very different characters, which is cool, I think.
I enjoy sort of. To be fair, I struggled a lot to just like pick for a character in general.
Yeah.
It was initially gonna be some kind of Guardian sort of one. I'm like, actually no, let's go rogue because I roughly know that. And then like, oh, actually, here's some fun options.
Here's some like fucking Shadow Monk options. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very interested to see because I kind of told you in the DMs of like part of it is supposed to be oh, I just realized. Okay, wait. I have to invite you to the Roll20. I just realized that I haven't yet.
Yeah. To be fair, I've been using your live as to see what's going on.
Fair enough.
Because your camera's not on Discord, but I don't know if you're going to turn that on or not.
I don't. So I know that there's a way. I know that there is a way to like have the virtual camera into Discord. Yeah. And I definitely should have figured that out last night and totally forgot to figure it out last night.
It's all good.
So
It's all
there's
good.
the invite link to the Roll20.
Let me log it in.
There we go.
Launch game.
All right.
It should be there. At the moment, I have a blank screen.
Okay. Is
Here's
that
what
on
I've got.
purpose? Is there anything in like the very bottom left and or top right? If you
I have a turn order.
Okay. That's
Oh,
good.
they're down here. Okay, no, I see me and Murph and a carriage.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, and if you
And then,
zoom way out in like the
yeah,
top right, there's some forest terrain.
yeah, this wasn't loading properly. I now have all of it. It is all there.
Perfect.
It's all good.
Awesome. Yeah, something that I'm interested in, and I'll be interested to see how it kind of plays out. Is one of the things it recommends is like the DM and the players build the map together. Whenever like essentially like an encounter is about to trigger.
Okay,
And so that's why I have the forest terrain out there. We're gonna like build the encounter map together.
that's cool. I'm
Yeah.
down. I'm mostly going in blind. I have recapped on the Critical Role videos
Oh, on like how to play it.
on how to play and how to build a character, just so I roughly know. But I'm mostly going in blind
Hell
purely
yeah.
because I knew from a DM side of things, I would want to read everything and everything. But as this is my first experience doing it, I'm going to go in completely blind.
Hell yeah. I think that's solid. Yeah. I am oh yeah. I am very I feel like I might accidentally like go through it too quick. Which is normally not my worry when it comes to one shots. My
Yeah,
worry with one shots is always that I will tangent, way too long and go like and like totally lose the plot. But
yeah,
it's a relatively, I feel like, kind of quick situation. Um so I'm really interested to see how it goes. Let's see. Yeah, and I think I've got everything pulled up. Oh, I need to confirm if you can hear this. If I play some music, can you hear that at all?
no, I cannot hear anything at the moment. I could just hear you.
I see. Okay. In that case, if I share this to you, can you hear it now? I
Yeah.
guess if you tune into the screen share,
Yes.
you can hear it?
Yeah, if you tune in, you can hear it.
Okay, perfect. Because I also, speaking of things I forgot to do, is upload my tracks to Roll20. So I'll need to play the music through Discord.
That's totally understandable.
But
Yeah, it's fine. You're a trained professional at this point. It's all good.
I'm so professional. That's the thing about me that people don't realize is it's all professional. Especially in a system that I've never. I would like last night. I was just so like I need to try and just remember as much as I can, because it's pretty rules light. Like it's
Yeah.
pretty light, but there's just a few things that I feel like I'm going to forget, and then it's going to totally like just like make something like end up really weird.
Yeah. Well, that's the point of it being beta testing for us to find these things. Because what I've realized from seeing other people play test is that it is very much reliant on the players and them choosing what to do. They're sort of loose rules for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with D&D 5e is very much here are things you can do and here's set rules for if you want to try these things.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
this is very much go for whatever you want to try type thing.
Well, especially with the I think one of the things that really reinforces that feeling is the experiences. Like
Yeah,
the experiences are so fluid and so kind of like whatever you want them to be that I think it really encourages you trying out a lot of non-mechanical things and still being
yeah.
able to get like mechanical rewards from it.
Experiences did get me a little bit because it's so vague. I'm just like, here's your choice of what you are good at. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
this one
dude, I made mine even I love the vague poetic bullshit. So I made mine like just like weird phrases on my test character. One of them was
right.
like it was like I belong here. And the other one was you trust me, don't you? Uh
That's a great one.
thank you. I
Oh, I
loved
love that.
that one.
I love that. You trust me, don't you?
You
That's
trust me, don't you? I was going for a very like charlatan type vibe,
right.
um,
Yeah,
and I liked both of those, but I think that they are going to be. I think that especially those sorts of things, like the experiences, are going to be a big love it or hate it thing for a lot of people. Um,
yeah.
and I am happy like I learned this system at one point called City of Mist, um,
I've heard of it. Yeah.
which like basically imagine if all of your player abilities were like experiences, but just like
God.
kind of broken into like different categories, but like sort of not.
Yeah.
That was very much City of Mist vibe, and it was too freeform for me. So
Yeah.
I like the limited amount of super freeform that experiences offer. I think it's cool.
It's definitely. I think if this is your first TTRPG, it's very vague. So I feel like people who
Yeah,
have played a bit of more structured games,
yeah,
it would make sense a lot more for them. But
yeah,
also yeah, it's just good fun. I'm looking forward to
yeah.
it.
It's just good fun.
We're
I
just waiting on Ryan now.
yeah, I don't know if Ryan he might be making coffee. The last
That's, to be fair, valid.
the last time we streamed together, that was what he was doing beforehand. Um, but I don't get. I think the adventure claims at least. I think to be 2 to 3 hours, if I
Okay.
remember
Oh,
correctly.
speak of the devil.
Speak of the devil, look at him.
I was just waiting for you. I was just waiting for you.
What? Oh,
He's gone. He's gone.
yeah, he's in and out.
Then I can come on.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
He's making faces into his camera, but I don't know if those are good faces
Yeah.
or bad faces.
Is that any better?
There you go. We can hear you.
There it is.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you now.
What's up?
Hello.
Okay.
How you doing?
How's it going, guys?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah.
We're chatting. We're excited.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
I am very
I'm
especially the things I was more or I've been more nervous about in terms of the system with especially with like my home players. Like it encourages the players to create a lot of it, like even like create settings and create maps. But I think I've got 2 DMs as my players. I don't think that'll be as
That shouldn't be an issue.
right.
We will see.
Well, that depends. That depends. Are you Blue? You consider yourself an easy player or a difficult player?
I think I'm an easy player. I will roll with most things.
Roll
Yeah.
those punches.
I think
There's
most
only
DMs are pretty good players. Yeah.
Yeah, we're to be fair, I'm very much the player of I have the spotlight all the time as a DM. So when I'm a player, I let other people have the spotlight.
Absolutely.
I try as hard as I can because my natural inclination is very much towards spotlight. A content creator? No, couldn't be. And so when I'm a player, I'm constantly like in my brain, like, shut the fuck up, let other people talk. To the point where I think some of my characters feel sort of awkward because they'll just stop talking, and it's because I realized I needed to stop.
It's a tricky balance, right? Like I think everybody probably has their own style. I think I usually try to provide my players a lot of things to react to.
Yeah.
So anytime that there's a big gap, I feel the need to provide something that they can then, respond to and act against. Makes it easier. So
I feel it,
yeah.
Okay. Well, I think I think
I need to click a link, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll 20.
That's right.
Get the roll 20 link.
Yeah.
Getting in there.
And while Ryan is getting set up, Blue, number
Hello.
1, shill for yourself.
Yes.
Tell everyone about yourself, and then number 2, tell us about Knuckles.
Cool. So, hi, I'm Blue, or ThatBlueHairedDM. I mostly do short form content over on TikTok and Instagram, and I'm slowly pivoting into the world of longer live streams like Twitch and YouTube and stuff. But I mainly tell. There's not D&D focused, but a lot more like story-based focused stuff, sharing ideas, things like that. And my character is Knuckles, who is a Seaborn Samar rogue. He is very much the charismatic, almost charismatic arsehole, is what I like to imagine him as. Has 2 daggers that he plays with quite a bit. He's got these loose fitting clothes, but has got a vest on, so he can look slightly more decent than ragged clothes.
Very nice. Very nice. And Ryan, tell everyone about you.
Sure. Yeah. My name's Ryan. I am also on YouTube, also TikTok, Instagram. I'm all over the place. Primarily short form like Blue, but with dabbling a little bit in longer form, and started to do some streaming this year, which has been a fun experiment. My character though, and actually let me see if this only work for you guys, I think, because only you guys can see, but I'll still show it to you guys because I'm proud of it. My character is Murphy, which I'm showing them, and I'll maybe we can get a picture. I can.
And I have the Discord up on my stream, so everyone can see.
Yeah, there you go. So Murphy is I think of him as a mushroom person, or like a myconid. I guess the name in Daggerheart is fungrel. That'll take some practice.
Yeah.
But he's a fungus person, and he's a sorcerer. The one thing that I've really liked so far about at least on what were we using to set up these characters, Demiplane.
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is core. I assume that this is all core. I'm going into this system fairly blind, but I did like some of the prompts that were given to sort of kind of fill out your character sheet. And in terms of who Murphy is, that's not his name, by the way. That's just the shortened version of his name that like people can say, because his name is much longer and complicated.
Right. Stupid meatbags with their vocal cords. Yeah.
Damn you humans,
But I liked, so one of the prompts on Demiplane, which maybe it's core to Daggerheart, I don't know, is what's your attitude like? And it gave kind of some examples. And this is what I'm going to try to embody for Murphy. He has an attitude like a librarian breaking the whisper rules to tell you about something he's excited about. That's
amazing.
That's the line that I want to try to walk with.
I like
with him.
it.
He's got magic. He's an earth. Primarily like an earth elemental sorcerer, so we'll see what that even means in this game.
Hell yeah.
Excited to play.
Okay. Very cool. Well, we will jump into it. I mean, I think relatively immediately, unless you guys have anything else that you wanna say and or pitch. But I think that's
I
it.
think we're good. Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, let's do it.
Cool. Well, oh, and also Ryan, tune into. Oh wait, is my screen share still up? It's not.
No, you
You're s-
minimized it.
Oh no. I gotta make sure that you guys get the music. There we go.
The atmosphere.
The atmosphere. All right, there we go. There we go. Get a jaunty little tune. Okay. So, Marlo Feywind, right-hand sorcerer of King Emerus, has gathered her most trusted allies to carry an important package to Hush, a small village within the ancient forest of Sablewood. The crate is large, heavy, and sealed with magic, addressed to the Whitefire Arcanist. You've been given a map and a carriage, and the promise of reward upon your arrival. As well, Murphy, your arcane sense has been going nuts on this package. The magic that seals it is incredibly strong, but inside the package itself, you do detect a separate but faint magical presence. It has sort of the memory of power, now nearly forgotten. The two of you have been traveling through the Sablewood. And let me... Sorry, I got a little bit lost there. I am not overly used to Demiplane's navigation, but we're getting there. So you guys have been traveling together for a few days at least. Did you know each other before the adventure, or is this your first time working together?
That's a great question. We should probably figure that out.
Yeah. I would say it's the first time for the adventure, but with Knuckles being the way he is sort of popped up here and there in other sort of cities and towns and whatnot. So it wouldn't be a beyond surprise to sort of be with this very much. Pirate Rogue, who is mostly in it for money but does have other reasons. So I would say that you would know of Knuckles, but this is the first time working with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I described, where did I jot it down? Yeah, I described where Murphy's from as the bottomless woods, very far out in the wild. So he probably knows of you, but apart from being like the tallest looking person in the room, I'm not sure that you would know much about Murphy yet.
You are towering over
weirdo.
Knuckles. Yeah, well, Knuckles is fairly small, so he does definitely have to look up a little bit.
We've got kind of a Rocket and Groot situation.
Yeah,
100%.
I definitely see that. I did not realize that until you said it, but yeah, it is a bit of a Rocket and Groot.
Gotcha.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, as you have been traveling together, you've been over fairly sparsely populated farmland, nothing particularly of note, but this evening you have finally made it to the Sablewood, which is a sprawling forest of colossal trees that some say are even older than the Forgotten Gods. This is an ancient and I would say rumored forest. There are a lot of stories about the Sablewood, some positive, some negative, but certainly all legendary. It's a place renowned for two things. Its sunken pathways that provide the trade routes for many traveling merchants, and its unique hybrid animals. Even now, from within your carriage, you hear strange sounds. The bird calls of lark moths, the croak of the lemur toads, the skittering of a family of foxbats in the underbrush. And one of you is going to be driving the carriage. Who's driving?
Well, how much experience would you say Murphy has with
None. Absolutely
none?
none.
Fantastic.
With
Yeah.
vehicles in general?
No.
Yeah, that's what they could. Knuckles will happily drive.
Makes sense.
Forte is more, seaborne vehicles, but he can drive a car here or there.
Yeah, he can figure it out. Okay. Well,
It's the same.
in that case, Knuckles, you have noticed something particularly unique about the look of the trees, other than their grand size. What is it?
Right. What is it?
What is it? I know,
Oh,
this
my Lord.
is the collaborative
me.
nature of Daggerheart that
This is cool.
we're gonna get used to.
I think the one thing that sort of Knuckles has noticed is that sort of trees don't tend to shift color. So normally, forests in Knuckles are from is they are one shade. Yes, the leaves will change from hue to hue over seasons, but the trunks tend to sort of just stay one color. They don't have sort of a gradient or like a warping effect to it. That these ones certainly do, and it's catching Knuckles a little off guard.
Okay, hell yeah. I will. So as you are pulling through and sort of entering the Sablewood, you notice this warped color changing effect on the bark and the leaves, and as you continue to watch it, you get the sense that if you were looking from above, you would see a small pocket traveling through the Sablewood of these different changing colors, as they seem to shift away from the color as you leave the area. Almost as if they are reacting directly to you and your presence. And as your steed pulls around a very tight corner, one wheel almost coming off of the ground. These pathways are very tight, very windy. And you see in your path a merchant cart, apparently tipped over sideways in the middle of the path, blocking your way.
Oh, jeez.
And to give you a little bit of a pathing, there we go. There we go. And you see a scattering of fruits and vegetables that litter the trail all around the merchant cart. And as you are watching, around the side of the carriage steps a Strix wolf. It is a large creature with the body of a wolf, the face of an owl, and large wings adorning its back. And can you guys see the merchant cart and the Strix wolf?
We can
now?
see the pictures. We can't see the path. We can see the images though.
Oh,
But,
you
like-
can't see the path. Oh, I know why. It's because I drew them in the GM layer. I have to not only remind myself how to play Daggerheart, but how to use
Run
Roll20.
D20. Yes.
There we go.
There you go.
There's the path.
Okay.
As you approach, you can see that the mother is holding something in its mouth, and you don't quite realize what it is until the rotting, noxious scent reaches you, and you realize that it is the hand of presumably the dead merchant from this cart. It cocks its head and is staring at you, a bit curious, trying to judge whether you're friend or foe. Then, as you are kind of eyeing up this Strix wolf and it's eyeing you up, you see, stumbling from behind it, two small pups, both watching their mother and you cautiously. from within, the rest of you feel the carriage come to a stop. And I say the rest of you. That's Ryan.
That's me.
Murphy,
Yeah.
you feel the carriage, this odd vehicle of wood and iron, lurch to a stop as Knuckles, you
Give it a shot. What kind exactly?
This is why I am a sea person.
all of the animals stay under the water where they belong.
Yes, exactly.
Can I see out the front of the carriage if I peer around?
Yeah. You peer around and you see this long, narrow dirt path that is sunken beneath the landscape, maybe 5 or 10 feet, on either side, with the colossal trees rising all around, and you see the Strixwolf mother and her pups, kind of off to the side of the cart. There's definitely not enough room for your carriage to get through.
I'll say, so Knuckles, do you think that this deal go particularly well or particularly poorly?
I'll be honest, I don't think it was a deal. Well, either way, it went
Probably
poorly
right.
for the merchant. The question that I have is, did this bird creature attack the merchant out of protection, or just because it wanted to?
Is it pretty clear then that those pups belong to the mother? Like they're all kind of moving together?
Yeah, they are moving together, and the pups are pretty clearly watching the mother and her movements, and even occasionally mimicking them. Like when she kind of puts her head out and cocks her head at you, they kind of look at her and then cock their heads as well.
I don't know, Knuckles. Do you think we can scare them off? Maybe they don't want to deal with us any more than we want to deal with them.
How big is the mother?
The Strixwolf mother is maybe as big as your carriage, potentially slightly smaller. This is a big animal.
Okay.
Yeah, think like a hippogriff.
Yeah. Okay.
And
we can
each of the
try.
pups is maybe as big as like a large dog.
Okay. We can try, but I doubt we can. We're going to be more of a threat than they are to us. We can try making a loud noise or whatnot, scare them away, something like that.
Yeah, it's worth a shot as I scan over just to try to get a sense of what I can do. Let's see.
Yeah,
see what I
think you could certainly, I think, try to scare it off. You could also try to approach it calmly. The Sablewood creatures, like the entire Sablewood itself, there are a lot of rumors about them, some more or less true. But there are accounts of friendly encounters with the Sablewood creatures, but also accounts of them brutally massacring people. So you're not quite sure which ones are true and which ones aren't.
Grand.
It's fair.
I think might be the best bet. Rather than scare them away, could we offer them some more food? If we have something in our backpack, we can certainly throw it the other way and quickly make our way around.
Yeah, let's see. Do you think they would eat torch or 50 feet of rope? Because I have those. Actually, what's in a basic supply? Oh, I just have basic supply. I don't know what.
I would say
we
you
can
guys
surmise.
probably have generic rations that you could attempt to distract it with.
We could try that. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
What I'll try then is I'll slowly, cautiously, I can move the cart, but not myself. Whoops. I would probably go about halfway in between the cart and the merchant's cart. I can't move. I can move the cart. I can't move me though.
Oh, you can't move you?
No,
That
I
should
can
be
move
the one
cart.
person you can move.
Yeah, I know.
Let's see. Oh, there we go. Controlled by Blue. And I'll also name Knuckles. Oh, not with that. Nameplate. Save. Okay.
Okay.
Can you move you now?
Yes, they can. So I'll go about there.
Awesome.
I'll sort of take out sort of like leg of lamb type shtick.
Yeah.
And sort of just throw it sort of to my left.
Okay.
So off into sort of the woods area. So hopefully it's enough time for us to clear some stuff and get by.
Yeah, we'll call that a presence roll.
God,
Trying
first
to
roll.
distract it enough while also not seeming aggressive.
Yeah. Okay. First row.
First roll.
That would be no. That's a 15 with fear.
15 with fear.
Yeah.
Well,
Fear die was higher.
that is okay. I'll say that is a success, but still with fear. So as you toss the leg of lamb up and out of the sunken path, the Strix Wolf kind of hops up and grabs the leg out of the air, and in the process dropping the hand with a kind of disturbingly wet squelch into the path in front of you. And it is standing up on the path, like on top of the embankment, eyeing you. And it's going to very slowly come back down and crouch down. And as it does so, the pups climb onto its back. And it takes off, flying into the trees above, but then landing and settling down, ostensibly watching you two.
Okay. So that worked.
Well, I guess I better move up so that I can hear you speak. Because I probably can't hear anything from back there. Let me make sure I can move.
Yeah.
Yes, I
you
can.
move as well.
All right.
Okay, perfect. So as you've gotten closer to the merchant cart, you do notice something that you couldn't see from back in the carriage, that there are apparently snarls of thorny bramble tangled around the wheels of the carriage. The sunken pathways, at least that you've gone down so far today, haven't appeared to have any plants in them. So the bramble seems a little bit odd.
Okay. This sounds like an odd question, but do these brambles, are they currently moving? Do they seem alive?
They do not. No.
Okay.
No, they're very still. They seem, at least from where you're at, to be normal plants. But you could go and inspect them further.
Okay. I will go closer and inspect them. I don't know how I feel about cutting plants in front of my newly mushroom friend.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
Okay. I don't know if it's a relative.
No harm.
I'm not gonna-
No harm, no foul.
No harm, no foul.
I'll go up close and investigate what these thorns are and see if there's any way of removing them without immensely hurting me.
Okay. Yeah. The thorns themselves at this point don't you don't see anything particularly stand out about them. They appear to be very normal plants. But give me an instinct roll.
Instinct roll. Okay. That will be again. That is 17 with fear.
17 with fear. Okay. As you are investigating them, you notice something very odd to your senses. And they sort of make your you've led a life of a bit of danger. And you wouldn't have gotten this far without some keen survival instincts. And something that seems particularly odd about these brambles is it doesn't appear as if when the merchant cart ran over them, they were torn out of the ground. You don't see roots. In fact, at the end of all of the vines, you see very clean cuts, like would have been made with a knife. And this is... Oh, it went on to a different music track. Sorry about that.
No good.
To your thief instincts, this feels like something that was maybe placed to put the merchant cart to purposefully tip the merchant cart.
Okay.
However, because it was with fear, as you look around, and I need to remember, this is something on a success with fear. I am generally supposed to take some sort of GM move or give some sort of consequence.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I'm as you look around, you were sort of taken in by the, I would say, natural beauty of the Sablewood before. The color changing leaves felt novel and beautiful compared to your homeland. And now as you look around, you see the density of the woods. You notice just how far you can't see through the trees, through the brush, and along the path you notice many, many other areas of bramble that could have been easily cut and thrown into the path to trip your carriage, even.
Okay.
And
while Knuckles is doing that,
I think take one stress as you start to see the Sablewood in a much more gloomy light.
I'm just curious to see if there's anything in this broken down merchant cart that looks interesting. Anything left behind?
Yeah. As you go ahead, and I'll say that this is pretty for free.
I'll take pretty for free.
As you search the cart, you do see the dead driver that is missing one of his hands, presumably the hand that the Strix Wolf was carrying. The cart...
Let's not jump to any conclusions or the investigation is complete. This could be completely unrelated hands.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I assume nothing.
The cart appears to have been pretty picked clean for food, but you also see that there is not a ounce of gold, not a single shiny anywhere, even in places where it looks like there was maybe a strong box or a pouch. There is not a gold, not a silver, nothing to be found.
I'll just say to Knuckles, this cart looks pretty picked clean.
So whoever set the trap got here first is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's probably been here a while. Can I tell from the state of the body if it's been a short amount of time or a long amount of time since this happened?
Go ahead. Give me an instinct roll on your side.
Instinct roll. Okay, so this will be first roll for me. So that's the 2d12 and then and then added, and you want to know, well, total's 10. Do you want to know which is more? Is that how that works?
Yes.
And the 2 are representing hope and fear. Is that the 2 dice, the
Yes.
duality dice? So hope 10.
Hope 10.
Yeah.
Okay, just enough. And with hope. So because it was with hope, Murphy, you gain a hope into your hope pool.
Okay.
And as you are, I'm sorry, remind me what you were inspecting again.
How old is how long has the body been here? Is it is there a lot of growth or decay? Like does it look like did this all happen yesterday, or has it been a week, you know?
The body looks relatively fresh.
Okay.
And as you are examining the scene and looking at the body and the placement of it, you slowly come to the conclusion that you don't think this was natural, that the merchant cart actually tipped over right here. You see where it looks like the body was dragged into place, where it now lays. And you see a small rut in the embankment where it looks like the merchant cart might have been drug into the ravine. So it looks, the things look relatively fresh, and the scene looks staged.
I'll let Knuckles know that it looks like it was drug into place.
Classic hook, line, sinker. Okay.
Suddenly be concerned about our own wagon
and
or carriage.
As you look back towards your carriage, towards the embankments around you, I need you. I need one of you to give me. There's a lot of instinct. I swear I'm not trying to go so much for this one, but I need one of you to give me an instinct roll, whichever one you would like.
Could I use a hope and help Murphy so he can roll with advantage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so that's a normal roll, and then I think a d6 added. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, advantage
That's
is
what
1d6
means.
extra.
I'm on
Gotcha.
I hope.
Okay. Then that's going to be, sorry, it takes, still getting used to these rolls. So that'll be a 22 total with fear.
A 22 with fear. Oh, and I need to remember to be gaining a fear every time this is with fear.
You do. So far, there's been 3 fear rolls.
That's right. Okay. So a 22, that does succeed. And as you slowly come to the realization of what happened here, you begin to look around. You see some movement within the brush. You hear sounds of a branch snapping and turn to see 4 thistle folk sneaking through the underbrush, attempting to get the jump on your party. The overturned cart was indeed a distraction, and but luckily their plan didn't work. Let's take out the action tracker.
Oh, in combat. Cool.
In combat. So, I will place the thistle folk. You guys help me construct the scene. Help me construct the map. Put out some trees, some forest terrain, wherever you would like, and I will place the thistle folk within that.
Okay.
Interesting.
This is kind of cool. Okay.
Yeah. And let me know. I believe you guys should be able to copy and paste them. But if you guys can't, let me know. But we can duplicate some stuff as well.
I imagine very much there is. How do I copy this? I don't need.
And the Strixwolf mother has substantially fucked off to a tree over here.
Yeah, in my head, it's mostly with the embankment. there's mostly it's dense trees on all sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, something kind of like this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
and then with two larger kind of hillocks on either side coming up here.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, that looks good to me. All right. And these guys are in close range of you, which I need to. That is another thing I should have had pulled up on here was the ranges. I completely forgot. Let's see. Range.
Oh, that's okay. We'll allow it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Nexus is freaking out on me. Oh god. All right. Range. So close range is within 10 to 30 feet.
Okay.
And so they're going to be like right about there. And oh, nope. Sorry about that. So you see them all over there and them right there, and you guys can't see them yet. I just realized. Token layer. There we go.
There you go. Okay.
So they appear behind you as you turn back to check on the safety of your cart. The three ambushers appear to be surrounding you, and the one that looks a bit more. I mean, they all look very lithe and spry. It appears as if they survive out here by being able to deftly navigate the dense bramble on either side. But one looks even more nimble than the rest, and they are making a beeline for your cart, the thief.
Okay.
And the three ambushers are surrounding you.
Okay.
What would you like to do? Because you notice them, you are not surprised, so it is your go.
Okay. I feel like Knuckles seeing that the sort of beefier thief, Thistlefolk, is beelining for his cart, so he's going to beeline towards the thief.
Okay.
And almost try and rugby tackle him down.
All right.
If he can.
Yeah. I will, I feel like that is a roll of some kind. Let's see. Rugby tackle. That seems, I'm going to call that a leap. I'm going to call that an agility.
Okay, that's the good one. Okay, let's have a look. Oh, that will be 23 with hope.
23 with hope. Okay. Oh, and reminder for you two. If you ever get the same number on both dice, that is a crit.
That's crit. I was close with the crit, but not quite.
Ah, close. Okay, so you get to add a hope.
Fantastic.
And I am going to I'm going to call that a solid success. You tackle the shit out of the Thistlefolk thief. And you are both on the ground, but you have the thief fully pinned.
Fantastic.
And that will be one. And I have the on the turn order. I have my fear tracked, and then I'm also tracking your turn tokens on there.
Okay.
So every time you take an action, you add one to that, and I can use those to take actions.
I'm with you.
Okay. So interesting.
And you guys can go in any order. I go when you roll with fear, or if I spend fear to basically take like an off-turn action.
Okay.
So, Knuckles could go again. Murphy could go. Like, you can. I know it'll be hard for us to break the D&D alternating.
But I think with two players, it works well with we can go back and forth.
Right.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
The two players.
But
I will
yeah,
say,
feel free.
as Knuckles is on top of this, he does just glance look towards Murph, and with just his eyes, just saying, "You got this."
Yeah, no problem, right?
Yeah.
No problem at all. Okay. Well, I have this ability here that I'd like to use. I'm trying to understand it, but it's awesome. It's called Unleash Chaos, and I feel like I'd like to do that. That feels like
You'd like
that's
to unleash
something
chaos
that
right now?
Murphy, yes, that feels fitting. So it looks like against a target within far range. So in this case, it looks like I don't know if our clicks are viewed, but it looks like this guy that I can't move him, but it looks like
if you click and hold, it'll do a little ping.
that's right. This guy is probably the second closest to our cart in terms of moving that direction.
Yeah. And I will say
right?
the 3 ambushers don't appear to be heading towards the cart.
Oh, okay. They're coming towards us, not the cart.
The thief is the only one going towards the cart.
Okay.
Oh, that's which one's the thief then?
That is the one that
that
Knuckles tackled.
I being tackled down.
Gotcha. Okay, great. So the other one, cool. Then no problem then. All right. Well, in that case, and I don't know in terms of like positioning how close this puts me to these two guys if I step in between them.
I would say that puts you within melee.
Okay.
If you wanted to.
Then instead of chaos, we'll put chaos aside for now. We'll put
No
chaos
chaos
under.
needed.
No chaos needed. Instead, I'll use something equally as insane sounding called Rain of Blades.
Okay.
And it allows me to conjure magic of throwing blades to strike enemies close to you. It says that I make the roll against all targets. It doesn't say like a number of targets. It's just anybody considered close to me. So it'd be both, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Is it one roll to attack all of them, or should I do a separate roll for each of the targets?
It looks like make a spellcast roll and all targets that you succeed against.
All right. So this is where I'll sound really. Here, let me scroll through my notes here. So a spellcast roll differs in any way from an attack roll, or basically the same.
I don't believe so. I think any roll is made with the D12s.
Yeah.
Great.
And it just depends on what your spellcast ability is, which I believe for you is instinct. So it'll be like on Demiplane it has +2, so I think you can just click that and it'll roll it.
Yeah, but I won't roll.
Oh, you got physical. I got you.
I have to. So that would be a 25 with fear.
25 absolutely hits. And we will I will take the fear and I will do a turn, but first let's roll damage.
Yes, so it just says D10 damage, so I'm assuming 1D10.
Yeah.
Damage.
It'll be your proficiency, which your proficiency is 1. So 1D10.
Yeah, that's 10. Roll a 10.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The rolls are on fire today.
They are.
Hey, I'll take them. They're not when I'm a DM, trust me.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
As you get into this, you hit the shit out of them. Do you want to describe? You do some major damage to them. Do you want to describe your attack?
Yeah, a lot of this is relatively new for Murphy, so I think it's more of kind of acting out of sort of panic and maybe a little bit of annoyance. And so I think he's about as surprised as anybody when magical blades shoot off in 2 different directions to hurt them. There's almost an innocent reaction maybe of like, was that too much? Did I hurt you guys too bad?
And they are
I don't really know how strong they are.
Embedded, bleeding from many wounds.
Okay.
And they sort of make eye contact with each other, looking a little shocked, honestly. And they are both going to attempt to, or actually, I get 1 move from fear, right? This is going to be a little bit of a learning process for me on exactly.
You can.
I can
Take
use
use two to have an action, or until we roll on fear, which Ryan just did.
Right.
Mm.
And then I
So-
use your things to activate them. That's right.
Yeah, so in theory, you can have 4 attacks, because you've got 4 fear plus the 2 action tokens.
That's right.
Hmm.
Okay. I think as Knuckles, as you tackle the thief and Murphy sprays out with this rain of steel, the thief pretty instantly panics, seeing his meat shields almost go down. And I am going to use a fear. I need to pull this back up. I'm going to spend 1 of your tokens, Knuckles, and a fear to make an attack roll with the thief against Knuckles.
Go for
So
it.
that is going to be a D20 plus, I think, nothing. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Does that pass your evasion? Oh my god, it's a 19.
Yes, that does pass my evasion.
Okay.
I'm quick, but I'm not that quick.
As you tackle him to the ground, he places his hand on your chest and blasts you backwards with a spout of magic. You are sent flying. You take 2d8 magical damage,
Okay.
and that is going to be a total of 11.
Okay,
So
that is minor damage.
that is minor damage. Okay. And you can use armor to reduce that if you would like.
I was just thinking that. Does it reduce it by the number?
Yes, it reduces it by your armor number.
Cool. So I'll use 1 armor slot to reduce it down to because I got an armor of 5, so I'll reduce that down to
6 then.
6, which makes it a minor damage. So I only take
Alright.
1 HP rather than 2.
That is 1 HP as it leaves a little bit of you almost feel like you just had a little bit of spicy food. You feel some heartburn. Before realizing that it's actually your skin sizzling.
Jesus.
A little bit.
Hide that out.
But luckily, your nice vest, the thing that should have made you stand out in high society,
Yes.
it blocked a good amount of the frontal damage. But you are still sent flying backwards into a far range, which far range is 30 to 100 feet. So let's see.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think that they're going to
Over the
to
cart.
blast you up and over the cart in an arc.
Oh no.
Blasting you way back along the path. You can still see like the ambusher up here, and you can barely see Murph. But a lot of your vision has been obscured as you tumble and roll to a stop.
Bugger. Okay.
And I will put it back to you guys. Murph, as now the thief has cleared Knuckles off, and the ambushers are continuing to close in on you. But either of you can act.
Yeah. Okay. Well, since I had so much success with that attack before,
Do it again.
I know. I don't see any reason. I'm searching my sheet for a reason not to. No, I'm just going to try that again. So it'd be the 2 guys. Yeah.
Do you have enough hope to cast it?
Yeah, you do need to spend 2.
Yeah, I have 2 hope left. So this would be the end of my.
Oh, there you
hope
go.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Okay. So, okay. So that's a crit when they match, right?
That is
Yes.
indeed.
I swear this never happens when I'm a DM. They are both 12.
Oh, fantastic.
Okay.
This is
Very nice. So that
So
automatically hits.
It's a 26 total.
That is a 26 total, and I actually need to remind myself what happens on a weapon crit. Critical success. Roll damage as usual, then add extra damage equal to the maximum potential value of all of your dice added together. So you will roll
the
1d10
D10 for damage.
and then add 10.
And then add. Okay. So then that's a 13.
That is a 13 total, and a 13 total will kill both of the ambushers surrounding you as you continue just a continuous rain of blades. From their perspective, it never even stopped. You were just firing until these intruders were gone.
Love it.
And you also take a hope.
Oh, I will, because I've got it. Because I didn't have any hope left, so now I have one.
There you go. Take it.
To whatever extent that I can, sort of gesture towards the remaining ones, it's going to be sort of. I could call it intimidation, but it's really more of a like, okay, you guys want some? I've got more. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 2 more actions, and that is a good. I'm gonna call that presence. And feel free if you have anything to add to that. Like maybe I could see your mediator being added to that experience.
Okay.
But you would have to spend a hope to add mediator.
Oh, if I did do that.
Yeah.
When do I get to decide? After I roll or before I roll?
I believe before you roll.
That's fine. So that check. So I don't know if it matters for ability stuff, but they're both 8s.
That is still that is still a crit.
That's another critical.
So that's a 17 total with my presence added.
Okay. They see you kind of turn
I promise this won't happen for long.
And,
yeah.
Describe Murphy's certain brand of librarian intimidation.
Well, I'm excited to share with them. Yeah, carrying on with his attitude. It's now like, well, okay, that worked. And especially after seeing them attack my new best friend, now I'm just excited to share these with them. So I think the look that they see in Murph's strange fungal eyes is excitement to share these blades, almost like like a maniac coming toward them.
Yeah.
With magical blades shooting out. I think that sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah. Take a hope, and in a very similar way that the trees of the Sablewood seemed to change and shift color as you pass, you see both of the thistle folk go blanche white across their entire skin like a chameleon changing color.
Nice.
And they both immediately beat it into the underbrush. If you would like to give chase, either of you, you can. Or else they will be attempting to escape.
What I was gonna do was attempt to seeing that my friend just successfully used Marina Blades, and considering, I also have that ability, I would like, from getting up, brush myself off, charge towards the merchant cart, sort of vault over it, and then throw some blades over at them.
Okay. I would say I need something like an agility roll to get there.
That's fine by me. We'll see if this works. Oh, that one's fell off. Oh, that's not a lot. That is 9 with fear.
9 with fear? Okay.
What, a 5 and a 4.
9 with fear. I'm gonna say that is a failure with fear.
Yep.
And
that's fine by me.
As you attempt to vault over the merchant cart, you just it was looking so cool. You looked so awesome, and you were gonna like post up. It was gonna be like the Avengers with
Yep.
your freaking crazy sidekick. And just the tip of your boot just catches on the edge of the merchant cart, and you flip over and land squarely on your back, knocking the wind out of you. Honestly, you're more embarrassed than hurt. And I'm
Oh,
gonna.
that look cool.
I'll say you'll take another stress, and you are
Another
not able
stress.
to execute on your second rain of
is-
blades
Yeah, that's fair.
before they beat an even more hasty retreat. They're now within far range. You could still potentially affect them with some abilities, but they're getting away.
Nothing that I think I can do except for maybe throw in my daggers, but I don't particularly want to throw them just yet.
That's fair.
So I think seeing them run and seeing the embarrassment that I've just caused in front of my newfound friend, I just sort of lie there, just brush off, and just like, hey, good job, well done.
Yeah, I mean, if I can help Knuckles up, I think I'll say, you know, that you got way up in the air with that.
Yeah.
Like that was really high. That was impressive.
Thank you. It wasn't my doing, but thank you.
That snapped me in half. Well, it was still cool. Just saying.
Cheers. Yeah.
Cheers. And as you kind of brush yourself off, the Strix Wolf, which you realize has been watching this whole encounter, gives a bit of a guttural hoot and flies off further into the forest. You are now alone and feel pretty reasonable about thinking that was the intention of the merchant cart. There was to potentially allow these thistle folk to ambush you.
Yeah.
And if you would like to do anything else around the area,
I guess the first choice is to clear the debris that is sort of in our way, cut away from the thorns, and move the direct carriage.
yeah, just trying to make way for yours.
Yeah, exactly.
You can do that now that you're not under a severe time pressure. You can do that without problem.
Cool.
And
while we're moving that stuff, I'll say so. My I noticed like you carry the knives and stuff. Is it all? I have other magic I can do if you want. If knives are like your thing, I don't mean to like.
No, it's if you
make
want to
magic
do knives,
knives
you can do
that are like
knives.
yours.
It's just knives are kind of my thing, but also if you, I mean, I just thought that was fantastic.
Do you ever throw mud around?
I'll be honest, no. There's not much.
Okay, so
mud.
I can do that.
You can do mud. Mud's
I have
not
mud
really a thing
too.
on the
I can
sea.
throw mud around. Yeah, well, just if you got the knives, like do the mud. That makes sense, right? We don't want to. I don't want to step
mean,
on your toes, though.
No, you're good. That was. I mean, you saw my display of acrobatics back there. I face planted. Someone needs to know. That's all good.
All right. Okay.
all right. And as you guys clear the merchant cart, have a bit of a conversation, you do notice that something is happening to the thistlefolk bodies. The grass around that, or not the grass, sorry, the dirt around the bodies seems to be slightly shifting, just so. It almost looks similar to the way that the bark of the Sablewood trees shifts, or the thistlefolk's skin shifted when they were alive.
This is weird to you too, right? I've not seen.
Yeah,
this
this
before.
is
Okay.
From the limited amount of forest travel that I tend to do, again, mostly high seas. This is definitely out there. It is.
Can we? I want to keep a. I don't want to step near it. I'll just kind of make like a wide berth between myself and whatever's happening to them if I can, like stepping around the bodies.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And are you just trying to get an angle on it, or what's your goal right now?
No, just sort of stepping around and with an eye towards our carriage. I know with the stuff moved out of the way, we should probably get moving, unless we think that these bodies are now in the way.
You could navigate your carriage around the bodies with not too much trouble.
Okay.
I'd say, yeah, don't touch the color shifting dead bodies. Let's.
I agree.
Even be.
I concur.
All right. All right. You guys walk back to the carriage without issue. And when one of you looks back, you see that as you've been walking away, vines and greenery and flowers have grown out of the ground and covered the bodies. And they look to be slowly sinking into the earth.
Sentient plants. I mumble off my breath, then also realizing, looking at my friend, I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
Well,
and if you guys have nothing else you would like to do, we can go down the path to Hush.
Please, yeah.
That's probably the best bet. If the car is all empty, let's try and deliver this package and try not to get diverted anymore.
Certainly. You guys very successfully navigate the rest of the Sablewood pathways. For as good of an ambush spot as you now realize it also makes navigation incredibly easy. And you arrive in Hush without too much trouble. Now, the path through the forest leads you, and the way that you realize you're in Hush is that you spot a large stone pillar, carved top to bottom in ancient dwarven symbols. This denotes one corner of the peaceful village of Hush. When you pass beyond the stone marker, you feel a small sensation like the pop of a bubble. Then the sounds and smells of friendly chatter and a lively village reach your ears, becoming substantially louder. You couldn't even pick them out from the background noise before. But the moment you pop past this barrier, it's like you're right there. And though the trees of the Sablewood are unchanged here, there's a distinctive, safe, and comforting air. A few smiling faces turn towards you as your carriage rolls in, waving or casting a warm greeting toward the party. There's lively music drifting in your direction from the tavern at the center of town. Now, you guys know that you need to find the White Fire Arcanist. That is who the package is addressed to in order to deliver it and receive your promised reward. What would you like to do in Hush?
Do we know a description of where we need to... So we know the name, but do we know a description of what it looks like, or would it be a ask around situation?
The Arcanist?
Yeah.
It would be an ask around situation.
Okay.
You were told that they were a prominent member of the community, but not much else.
Okay. I think I would suggest the best bet is probably park up somewhere safe and just start asking around. Just to see if anyone knows anyone. But also I know I don't want to leave the delivery seems important. I don't want to leave that by itself. So it may be a thing of, how big is the box? Did you say it was?
The box is big enough to where one of you could carry it, but it would be a pain.
Okay.
It's maybe trying to think of a good analogy. You know, kind of those like standard like moving packing crates.
Yeah.
Kind
Okay.
of. It's like that, but it's also made out of solid wood, not cardboard.
Yeah.
So one of you could carry it, but it would be a struggle,
Okay.
and it would very much stand out.
Maybe it would be worth one of us staying with the cart, the other one going around and talking.
We'll see. Does the carriage is it secure in any way, or is it basically open to anyone who would want to?
You could
Take a look
secure
inside.
it. You can put a lock on the door.
Okay.
If you would like, it comes with like a latching mechanism.
Yeah, maybe the latch, and then I'll also kind of as a what's the word for it? As an earth kind of elemental sorcerer, I'm going to take sort of some soft mud, kind of clay-like stuff, and just kind of pack it over the locking mechanism and harden it there, which isn't secure. It's just annoying, right?
Yeah.
If you can't
Yeah.
move it, it's just sort of hard. You have to really spend some time to clear it away. So I'll just do that over the locking mechanism and then
Okay.
shrug at Knuckles. Like, that's about as good as we can do.
Fair enough.
What more could we?
I sort of look at the mud, look at Murphy, look at the mud, and just shrug
Yeah.
my shoulders like, yeah, all right.
And
I
I
trust
think
you.
that
Thumbs up.
the town does kind of instill that I would say that laissez-faire attitude. People seem to be sort of lazily walking around. You see a kid playing with a stick. You didn't even know that kids still played with sticks. They're way cooler toys back where you guys come from. But he's just kind of drawing in the dirt. They don't seem unhappy by any means, but it seems very slow here.
Okay.
And all right, what would you guys like to do? You mentioned asking around.
Yeah, just
Would
sort
that
of-
be considered let's see, that's a presence, right? How is your presence around people, Knuckles?
It's right. I've got a +1 in my presence. I'm fairly sort of.
So we're equally off-putting to people between the two of us then, because I have a +1 as well.
I think +1 is all right.
I wouldn't say.
mean,
Yeah, I wouldn't say. I would say we are careful with our words. We're aware of the image we put out, but the way we speak manages to
Okay.
calm people down a little bit.
yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, let's ask around.
Okay. Yeah, you see a few people around. Some people seem to be kind of going about business. But you do see a that young child playing in the dirt with a stick. As well as something that I'm not sure how familiar you guys would be, but there appears to be a sentient robot sort of leaning against the side of a building watching you two. Not hostily in any way, just kind of curious. And you could easily approach either of these two people without interrupting.
Well, we're curious folk. Yeah, I'll sort of wander over to the robot.
Okay.
I'll kneel down to speak to the kid.
Okay.
I just turn like, yeah. Let's see how that one works out, and I'll continue walking to the robot.
Okay. We'll go with Murphy first. As you get closer and squat down, you see that they are drawing out some manner of map that you can't discern. It doesn't appear to be anything that you recognize, and probably not anything real. The child is constantly wiggling their toes, tapping a tune. They appear that they will not stop moving. And
Sure.
they seem to have some intention behind what they're doing. It's not maybe as random as you would have thought from a distance. But they don't really acknowledge you as you walk up.
Okay. Well, I'll kneel down. You said they were drawing something?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll use kind of the kind of earth shaping. I'll just kind of make sort of some hills and some little designs of my own on the ground. See if I can and grab his attention. Trying to be as friendly as I can.
Okay. As you kind of do that, there you go. Hey, look up. Whoa. And then they look very excited, and then they frown. Those aren't in the right place at all. How'd you do that?
Well,
Who are you?
I'm new here. Well, my name is Murahu Faye Anuk of the Bottomless Wood, but people call me Murphy because that's really long. Do you have a long name or a short name? Yeah.
I have a short name. I mean, at least what people call me. Fidget.
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 Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Where are you from? You're not from here.
I'm
I know
from-
everyone from here.
I'm from a forest very, very far away from here.
Forest? Like the Sablewood?
A little bit like the Sablewood, but maybe not as dangerous.
They seem bored.
I changed the ground again, shifted a little bit, and said, "This is I'm looking for someone that does magic. Do you know anyone here that does stuff like this?"
Oh. Oh. And they seem to be going back and forth a lot in their mind. And they say, well, I do, but I don't know. Teriel said not to tell anyone, because it's a special spot, you see. Not just anyone can get there. And so I don't think I should tell you. But if you went and found out from somebody else, then it's not even my fault, right? So,
That's true.
no. And they look very pleased with their final answer.
Well, Teriel will be relieved that you didn't tell anyone. Good job, Fidget. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you? And they point on their map to several locations. And they say, "Can you move the hills to there?"
And I'll look at the map. You said it doesn't look like anything in particular?
It didn't, at least from a distance. You could maybe attempt to figure it out, but upon initial inspection, no.
Well, let me definitely take a look at it because I also have Map Maker as my experience.
Oh, sure.
Would that be what would that be? An instinct?
I would call it knowledge for like analyzing sort of thing.
Okay. Then I'll definitely so I use a hope to add my map maker now.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
That is an 11 with hope.
An 11 with hope. Okay. So take a hope.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't quite tell what this map is supposed to represent. It definitely seems less fictitious. You don't think that a child would have come up with this sort of design, especially in your experience, just from their own imagination. But you can't match it to anything that you're aware of.
Okay. Then I'll do my best to sort of make the ground look like what Fidget said.
Okay. And with that, we will go to Knuckles.
Yeah.
Knuckles, you approach the robot, and you would know they generally are referred to as clanks.
Thanks, gotcha.
And I'm not sure how much experience you have with clanks. How much would you say?
I would say I would know of them. There would have been a few on various crews that I've been a part of, but I wouldn't have gotten close to any in particular. But
Okay.
there have been some. There, like I know how to talk to them and deal with them in that sort of scenario, and
Okay. I would say that
not alienate them.
you can tell that this clank is of about intermediate age.
Okay.
And you notice that he bears a number of small scratches across his metallic shoulders,
Okay.
and a alert but apparently friendly fox bat flies down and lands on one of his shoulders. He
Oh.
doesn't give any reaction. It appears that this is fairly normal. And he is as you walk over, you see a little bit further into the alley. It appears that when you guys arrived, he left a game that uses, looks like, cards and acorns potentially as the game pieces. And
fun.
he watches you approach and doesn't say anything, but doesn't seem put off by you approaching.
Okay. As I approach, I sort of I'll walk over to him, but also look around my environment just to sort of take it all in. I'm like, sorry to bother you. We're sort of new here, and I'm just wondering if you could give me a sense of direction at all.
Oh, you're new. I could certainly assist. Might I ask, how are the roads into town?
Well, they mostly okay.
Mostly.
We had a bit of trouble getting through the woods. There seems to be some kind of ambush and thievery going on. We managed to bypass them, wasn't an issue. If you are going out that way, I'll just, be wary and just make sure and that sort of stuff.
Oh, that is good to know. Thank you. But I'm sorry, I distracted you. I would love to point you in any direction.
Of course. I was just wondering if you knew of or knew where the Arcanist is or where they are, and just we're here for business mainly. Just point us in your direction would be fantastic if you can. If you can't, no worries, of course.
He sort of looks reflective to himself. He says, I've never visited her myself. I don't know that. He's sort of looking off to the side. I can't quite recall where her treehouse is. But I believe Lausa occasionally delivers food to her abode. She might be able to point you in the right direction.
If you could point me towards Lausa, that would be fantastic. If it's no trouble, of course.
No, it's she spends most of her days in the tavern, as she's the barkeep.
Oh, okay. Can you point me in
Yes.
said tavern?
So, apologies. We
No,
don't
good.
get
Nice.
many outsiders. It's very odd to talk to someone who doesn't know where everything is already. And
I get that from being on high seas myself. Most things are situated on the boat, so trying to navigate outside of that is wary.
of course. And he points you off towards the what looks like the center of town,
Okay.
towards a large building that appears to be built around the trunk of one of these sablewood trees. Clover Tavern, can't miss it. And now that he's pointed it out, it is definitely the most prominent building in town.
Amazing.
So it would be no trouble to navigate there.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. I hope I didn't interrupt your game that's going on over there.
No worries at all. I can never beat him. And he motions to the fox bat on his shoulder. Beats me every time, although he cheats. He squints.
No, that's not very honourable if you cheat at a game. Can I just ask what game you were playing? Maybe I can give some sort of tips.
He looks back. It's an old Sablewood game, Acornia. You attempt to, and he goes on to explain a surprisingly convoluted game. That is, you have no idea how a foxbat would manage to play it.
Okay.
And until at the very end, he reveals somewhat of a loophole rule that if you escape with all of the acorns, you automatically win. And he goes, and this little bastard just can't keep his hands off of them. I can never catch him. I have no idea where he's putting the things either.
Well, but things are quick off hands, so I wish you the best of luck. It's not a game that I have heard of, but I wish you all the well.
And you the same.
And I'll sort of make my way back over to Murphy if he's still drawing with the child.
No, I was all finished up, and I'll let you know that I picked up a name from Fidget, Toriel. May know more about, or honestly, Fidget's hard to follow. May actually be the Arcanist, but at least we have a name to ask about. What did you find out?
I found out that the bartender for the tavern over there, and I gestured towards it, is called, and I forget the name. I need to write it down.
Louser.
Louser. They deliver food to the Arcanist quite a bit, so we can always go ask Louser over in the tavern if you fancy a drink.
Perfect. Okay. Sure. Let's do that.
All right, delightful. Well, the Clover Tavern, definitely, like I said, the most standout building in the entire town. It's honestly, even by, your bigger city standards, potentially, Knuckles, it's an impressive building. It has 6 curving stories that climb up in almost a stair-step formation along the trunk of this ancient tree. It is clearly the heart of the community. You see more and more people on the streets, and things look livelier and livelier the closer that you come to the Clover. And as you head in, you are immediately hit with the scent of roasting chestnuts and really hearty meats, and you see kegs of ale being carried up and down what looked to be almost a like a trolley sort of thing, like one of those like trolleys that you would see in Switzerland that like carries things up and down a mountain. There seems to be a purpose-built keg trolley just to transport ale between the different levels of the Clover Tavern. And as you are entering the bar, newcomers, you're informed, must take off their shoes and hang them on a line that is stretching the entire length of a tavern, like a clothes washing line. And you see a couple of people going around to the shoes on the line and filling them with small trinkets here and there. So they very politely but firmly ask you to remove your shoes.
Knuckles, do I need to go find some shoes? I don't have
No,
shoes. Should I go get some?
No, don't steal other people's shoes. You're fine. You should be right. If you're barefooted, you should be. Do you wear clothes?
Seems to be a ticket to get in here. Yeah, he has like a very kind of loose fitting sort of breastplate. Everything that he wears is sort of awkward. He'd prefer not to.
Right,
but
yeah,
certainly
yeah.
recognizes the use of armor and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So most things they're sort of tied and affixed in place, but it doesn't really fit.
Yeah.
I think the shoe situation. Just ask. I'll be honest. I don't think you should steal someone else's. If we walk over
Okay.
together, we can hopefully come
Well,
to some sort of
hold.
agreement.
You've got two of them. What if you gave me one of yours?
I think they
And then
want
I
both.
could.
Normally with shoes where it's a pair, so I'd have a pair
Sure.
of my shoes.
But if you give them, okay.
I could give you one shoe and see if it works.
No, you know what? Agree to disagree. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how it turns out. You gotta feed on the rituals here. I'll go in shoeless. I have nothing.
As you enter and the employees see the desperate straits of your situation, they seem quite perturbed. They're not upset at you, but they are very, how are we going to handle this? And they are kind of sort of sweating and fussing, and one of the patrons, it appears a regular. The regulars don't need to offer their shoes, as it appears newcomers do. And a stout dwarf with a long braided beard said, I'll give them my shoes, don't worry. I've been around plenty of Fungril, and the old bastards never carry the things around. And he offers you his pair of boots.
So it's like a bowling alley situation. I'm renting.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Does it look like they would fit? Or are they like...
No, he is much shorter and smaller than you.
I just
I'll
can
thank him.
I can see that thought in your head. I just eye you up and just shake my head ever so slightly.
So I take the shoes from him and presumably pivot about 8 inches and offer them to whoever's asking for them.
The employee lets out a sigh of relief. Thank you. And she thanks both of you and hangs your shoes on the line. What would you like to do?
I think first of all, just say thank you to the dwarf. As like
yes, yeah.
Appreciate the offer for the shoes. It's not every day. It's not every day that we come to a new tavern asking for our shoes. So
you are more than welcome, friends. It's odd, our little tradition, but it is ours.
Oh, well, again, thank you very much. Could I just as a honor my gratitude, can I buy you a drink or anything? Get you anything at the bar as we're about to head up?
Oh, I would never turn down an offer of a drink. By all means.
Amazing. I'll be right back. Can you? And I would look to Murphy. Grab us the table. You're more than welcome to sit with our new friend. I'll be at the bar, and I'll pivot and I'll walk over to the bar.
Okay. And
I'll go find the tallest table I can so that I'm not sitting comically with my knees above the table.
Yeah.
That sounds good. And I will say, as you're walking through, Murphy, you notice that the second floor kind of draws you. It almost, in an odd way, reminds you of home. Describe the second floor to me and why it feels so familiar to you. Ryan, are you there?
Oh shit! I thought you were saying that to Knuckles, not to me. My bad.
Sorry. I was like, he's just
I was
thinking.
I
was daydreaming about how the second floor of a tavern could feel like a boat, and like how those connective materials could happen. And you're asking me.
Yeah.
So it would be you said the whole place was sort of carved out of a tree. It kind of seemed like, right?
Yeah, it's sort of built circling up and around the trunk of a tree. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So seeing that sort of the More of sort of the tree, the kind of bark and the husk is sort of exposed, and I would say there's probably hanging ivy and things that maybe some flowers here and there. It feels more kind of natural, almost one of those weird like kind of video games. It's supposed to be outside, but it's clearly a room, like in the dungeon. Like it's an outside has come inside, and so
Yeah.
it feels sort of uncanny, but it feels like home too.
Yeah. I feel you. Okay. And you can even see that there where there are windows there appears to be just slots on this floor, and birds come and go nesting on the tables, and the occasional patron good-naturedly shoos them away from the food. And you can find very easily a very tall table there.
Done.
And Knuckles, you
Yeah.
walk up to the bartender.
Yeah.
It is a short dwarven woman, and it is pure coincidence that you've interacted with two dwarves so far. There is a wide range of ancestries in the Clover Tavern, but the
Natural.
bartender is a dwarf.
Cool.
She's an older woman, and she is currently loading, it appears, full kegs of ale onto the ale trolley, and unloading empty ones for refill.
Cool. I'll probably walk over, try and find a stool to hop on, so I'm sort of above the bar, because I think it's very much I'm head height.
Yeah.
To sort of get up and sort of gesture, but I'll let her take her time if she's busy. And I'll just be like, whenever you're ready, I could grab a drink or two.
She doesn't stop what she's doing, but in between she fills up 2 drinks for you. And do you guys start with any gold? I don't remember.
That's a great question.
That is a great.
No,
I don't really remember. Oh, you start with you have a handful there.
We have a handful of gold. Yeah.
One handful of gold,
One,
which I like.
Arguably,
yeah.
your handful is bigger than my handful.
I have a lot more gold
Yeah.
for sure than Knuckles.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure how. I don't really remember how Daggerheart wants you to handle small expenses, but for the purpose of this one shot, I'm going to ignore them.
I'm gonna assume not at all based on that so far, but yeah.
Yeah.
So Knuckles, you pay for 3. I'm assuming 3 drinks, one for you, one for Murph, and one for the dwarf.
Yeah. I'll yes.
Perfect. You pay for 3 drinks, and she, as she's going back and forth, she kind of glances around the bar and sees the lack of shoes, and she says, "Oh, so where are you from?"
Me. I'm from everywhere. I know that's so vague, but I've been traveling a while. I haven't considered a home place yet.
Oh,
Mostly the seas, mostly.
I understand. It took me a while before I settled down in Hush. But it's nice once you find it.
It is. At the moment, home seems to be a ship, and I'm a-okay with that.
Well, what brought you to our hamlet?
Funny enough, just some work. Me and my friend, and I sort of gesture to see if I can find Murphy in the crowd.
Hard to miss me.
I'd look for a second to spot him. Me and my friend are doing a delivery. I've been told that you would know of the Arcanist. We're working with / for them, delivering something for them. And I got told that you knew where they are.
You're an adventurer type. That makes
Yes.
sense. Oh, I see. Well, I certainly know. Yeah. The Arcanist is right outside of town, and she gives you pretty general directions, and they're pretty vague. And she goes, "Trust me, you can't miss it." Which is the second time that you've been told that today.
Yes.
And she goes, by the way, before I forget, I just have to ask,
Of course.
your daggers, an adventuring type such as yourself, I have a let's say an interest in finely forged weapons, and I find that adventurers always have the most interesting ones. Do they have
Right.
a name?
They have a name.
A name.
Um,
Jesus, all the best weapons have names. I understand if you haven't found yours yet, but I'm sure they have one out there somewhere.
I wouldn't say they have a name. I would say I'm attached to them. But they haven't. I haven't had them long enough to, name them yet. They are as daggers go, quite happy with them. They have some good weight to them. They are fairly reliable. I have caught myself talking to them a few times.
I would
I would say
a liar if I said I hadn't talked to my own weapons. When did you
I would-
acquire them?
only about a month or so ago. So they haven't had a chance to earn their name. I feel like in moments like these, if you have, I knew one of my old crewmates had this massive great sword. He called it the Wave Breaker, but it took him a while to come up with a name. They've got to earn that name. You can't just call it, Jim and Bob. It has to have some meanings. I haven't gotten to that stage with mine just yet.
She raises a glass and says, "I couldn't agree more," and sort of cheerses you and gives you the final. It's maybe clear that she considered this somewhat of a trade of stories of information, and gives you kind of the final direction to the Arcanist's house.
Very nice.
And yeah, you can continue talking to her if you'd like, but she does generally go back to her work as she gives you the ale.
That's fine. I'll carry. Are these big mugs? Do I need a tray to carry all three? I am a small. I don't have that big hands.
They're pretty large tankards. She does not offer you a tray.
Okay. I will try my best to carry I'll try my best to carry 3 over to our new dwarven friend. Drop that off as I go, and then make my way up to Murph's table.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a finesse roll.
I knew this was happening. It's fine. Finesse is +2, so I should be all right. That is not all right. That is 15 with fear.
15 with fear. That does succeed. You are able to drop off the mug and continue going. You do splash a little bit onto the dwarf as you're trying to juggle them around. But
I do apologize, sorry.
he kind of grumbles a little bit in his in the back of his throat. And, "This is exactly why I left the Undermountain. Halflings are always so much better at balancing." And he's just sort of grumbling to himself, not really giving you too much heed. And when you say sorry, he kind of waves you off.
Okay.
He says, he stops you. "Thank you for the ale." And then pointedly goes back to drinking it.
Yes. And I'll make my way up to the table, place them up by reaching really high, and have to haul myself up to sort of a tall chair. And I was like, "So we've got a bit of information. The Arcanist is just out of town. You can't miss it, apparently." Which is strange, because that's the second time I've been told that phrase. And then I basically reiterate the directions that I got given.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. I'll drink down whatever was put in front of me. While looking at the shoes, the hanging shoes, do we see like what's being put in them or what's happening to them?
Yeah, they are being shined as they go past on the line. Everyone seems to give them like one rub, almost like for good luck. And they are being filled with small little things, acorns, a little like wood carving, some berries. They all appear to be just small little tokens of goodwill.
Oh.
And you see plenty of other shoes on the line as well. It is not just your two.
Are you worried about getting your shoes back, Knuckles? Like
I would hope that we would get them back.
does it seem like there are more shoes than there are people in here?
Well,
Maybe that's just where they end up.
I'll reiterate like the regulars. Well, the dwarven friend didn't seem to have to give his shoe when he was here before, so maybe
you're right.
Maybe it's just a thing of outsiders as a form of trust, a token of trust, and then sort of as goodwill they may give us small little tokens of things in our shoes. So hopefully I'll get them back. I do like them. They're a good pair. Nice leather.
Fair enough. So do we think that we still don't know the Arcanist's name, right?
No, we just know that it's Arcanist, and you have a name. It might be that name, but
it might be. It could be, or it could be just Fidget's dad. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I don't know if we have to wait for the shoes to make a full circuit around the room, but I would say whenever, unless there's more you want to talk to here, I think we should go try to find this house that we can't miss.
Yeah, I think that's a solid plan. Let's head off and do that.
All right. You guys finish drinking down your ale. It is thick and creamy and very this whole place sort of feels like a Christmas bar, but it is not it is not Christmas. It is just very clear. It's very homey, very very warm, and you as you are kind of picking yourself up, you can easily find your shoes and reacquire them, and they are filled with all of these nice little trinkets and tokens, and there's like a small like woven bracelet, all very cheap things, nothing that valuable, but just nice little tokens.
Okay, cool.
And you guys are able to leave. And as you head out, the directions that you were given is that her house is south through the farmland, and it is hanging from a tree. Those were the directions that you were given. And so you head to the south. And as you are making your way past the homes that of the admittedly sleepy town, you see that the farmland is a bit more lively. It seems that there are people moving back and forth. People seem excited. And you see a variety of crops that have begun to cultivate this thin layer of glowing blue moss over the tops of the fruits and the vegetables. And this moss gives a slight pulse occasionally. You might miss it if you blink too fast, but it almost feels like a heartbeat across the entire farmland. And you see all of the farmers, all of the citizens around, very carefully cultivating the moss, trimming back weeds. They seem very, very excited about everything that is going on. And amongst this thriving grove, amongst these farmlands, you notice that the Sablewood trees all appear to start having carved faces within their bark. It's not clear if the trees themselves are forming the faces or if they were carved by the citizens of Hush, but there are hundreds, and they all appear to be unique, eyes pointing in every direction as you pass. And unless you want to stop, we can continue through the farmlands.
I think I'd make note of the faces carved in trees. And the fact that there's a layer of moss just over everything.
Seems like.
I'll turn to Murph and just ask from your experiences. Is moss a bad thing, or does it tend to be a good thing, or is it fairly neutral?
Well, it depends on its attitude. Depends on its disposition. I'd have to spend some time with it to get a better sense of what it means for these crops and these people. But it could be.
Have to buy it a drink first.
Get to know it.
Yeah.
Do any of the carved tree faces look like the critters we put down out on the road, by chance?
That's a good question.
The ones that were sucked into the ground.
Yeah, I would allow either an instinct roll or a knowledge roll, whichever you would like.
Okay, I can do instinct. Rolling. Ugh. 10 with hope.
10 with hope. All right. Take a hope. You don't. No. Sorry, the dog is my dog is really wanting to get involved right now.
Got some ideas for Hush. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, she's now licking the mic. All right.
Perfect.
Get down. As you look around, did you say that was a 11?
It was a 10 with hope.
10 with hope. As you are looking around, you see that you don't recognize the faces of any of the ones that you put down, but you do see many faces that you would assume are thistle folk, or at least ribbits in general. And you didn't see a high population of ribbits in Hush. And so there might be some correlation there. You do also notice that there are apparently some faces that aren't quite finished yet. There appear to be several faces that are in the process of either forming or being carved. Again, you can't particularly tell. But there are some with some more indistinct features.
Knuckles, remind me not to die in Hush.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that.
Yep.
All right.
This is going on the list of another reason why I prefer the sea.
No trees there at all.
Yeah, exactly, right? They don't steal your face.
Yeah. You guys continue to examine the trees as you make your way further south. And as you get basically right to the southern edge of the farmland, you see a soft glowing through the trees. It's not dark out yet, but it is approaching dusk. And so you are able to see that it appears from not up in the canopy, but high up off the ground and blocked by a great many trunks. You see a small glowing further south of you.
Do you reckon that's the Arcanist?
I mean, if not there, where? We certainly can't miss this glowing.
Yeah, as we've been told multiple times.
Give it a shot. Let's go knock
Yeah.
knock.
All right, you progress further south, following the glow, and you do see, when you picture a tree house, it is typically built at least partially into the tree, maybe something like the Clover Inn or the Clover Tavern. This is a treehouse of a different fashion. One of the trees, it appears taller than all of the rest around it, bears the Arcanist's home. It is hanging off of a single branch like some sort of overripe fruit. The rope that's holding it up, I mean, its width is probably as wide around as a giant's forearm. And it's tied to a massive branch at the bottom and counterweighted by a cabin-sized boulder lying at the base of the tree. The stone itself is marked with a collection of symbols, and the cabin windows flash with this soft yellow-green light that you could see even from a distance. What would you all like to do?
Is there like a ladder or something going up, or how high is it hanging up?
There is not a
the-
ladder, and I would say that it is probably within far range of you, hanging up. So
Okay.
30 to
Hanging
100 feet.
Would it be
Huh.
of climbing distance?
You could. It is hanging from the branch. So if you climbed up to the branch, you could then climb down the rope.
Might be worth giving that a go.
Should we? I don't know what knocking would be in this case. Throwing a rock at the door.
Yeah. Or shouting loudly. It feels rude to throw a rock at someone's house, but I feel like that's the only way to get someone's attention.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Hey, we've
We
done
wanna
work
miss
for
and
you.
hit a window.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we just knock on the tree. Maybe that's good enough. Maybe that's.
I mean, we can try.
You said it's counterbound, like the rope goes down to like a rock. Maybe we could just shake that and shake the whole house, and that's like kind of like knocking.
The rock that it is tied to is the size of a house.
Oh, I see.
It would be difficult to shake it, although you could certainly try.
Well, not with that attitude.
True.
Do you think you can climb up there, Knuckles? Could you make it?
I could try.
Yeah. You could,
I'm not sure that my agility could, but maybe yours could.
I'd give it a go.
Yeah, you could certainly give me an agility roll.
Can I? Let's see. Is there a creative way I can assist you? Can I give you a boost, maybe? And get you going. Kind of shove you up the first part of the tree.
A boost could potentially help. Yeah, you'd have to spend a hope, but yeah.
I'll do that.
And
I'll
I
give you a
would
roll.
say potentially the idea of climbing up a mast of some degree, maybe the background pirate could apply if you wanted to spend the hope on it. Knuckles.
I'm feeling fairly lucky. I should be all right. But
Okay.
now you say that, there may be a high number that I've got to beat. So
Mhm.
let's spend a hope to add the experience to it. So with the dice, okay, that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with hope.
11 with hope. All right, take
Yeah.
a hope. Murphy, you
Yes, please.
boost him up, and it is actually with your tall stature. You manage to get him up to one of the first knots in the tree. And Knuckles, you are scrambling up the tree pretty efficiently. You're not having too much trouble. But as you get towards the top, one of the tree's limbs shakes a little bit and then animates and goes to grab you. Would you like to allow it to grab you? Or try to evade
I will try and evade it in the best way possible, whether that be jumping off or trying to...
I would
grab
say
onto
that
that
you're
house in the
high
front.
enough up that you could attempt to leap onto the Arcanist's house. It'd be a tough roll. Or you could attempt to maybe get to some other branch. That might be easier, but the branch might keep coming.
Yeah, let's give it a go at the house. See if I can get attached to the house. Just to... I mean, surely at this point we have their attention. If the tree is becoming animated, let's give it a go. Is that an agility roll?
I don't know what this we talk is.
Hey, you gave me a boost.
I will also say
that's so far in the rear view at this point.
I will also say, Blue, that you have both the Samaya or Simia Nimble ability that would apply.
I do. I forgot about that.
I did, even with that taken into account, this would still be the result of that previous roll. And I also don't know if you want to try to utilize Shadow Stepper at all. It is dusk. Like, there are some shadows that you could aim towards.
Okay. Yeah, let's give that a go. So I'll use Nimble, take advantage on visuals that involve balancing and climbing, add +1. So I shall do. So that's fine. Then let's.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. It's advantage, not +1 to the roll. So you actually would have gotten an extra D6 on that first climbing roll.
I did because I had an advantage anyway because of Murph was helping me.
Advantage stacks in Daggerheart.
Oh, does it?
Yep.
Oh, cool. And I can. Do you want me to re-roll that second advantage then?
Yeah, give me an extra D6.
Extra 4.
Extra 4, so that would be a total 15.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, actually, that as you see the branch start to go for you, you climb a little bit higher and then jump and use the branch as it is trying to grab you to vault off and land squarely on the Arcanist's house, at which point the branch stops going for you.
Okay.
It slowly, as you land on the Arcanist's house, it slowly retracts itself and goes back to its original position.
Whereabouts on the house am I?
You are right.
There's kind of like a porch?
Yeah, there's kind of like a ringed porch all the way around the house.
Okay, cool. I'll sort of stand there, amazed that I've managed to dodge that, sort of watch the branch go back, and I'll just lightly tap on the door, like with my knuckle.
Okay. As you tap, you hear some movement inside, and the doors open just a crack, and then very suddenly swing open, revealing in front of you a very, very large woman. A 7-foot-tall mix of humanoid and firefly. This appears to be the Arcanist. A fairy. She moves in a combination of very slow and suddenly very jerky, sudden movements. Her expressions are a bit difficult to read, a bit alien, you might say. But her emotions are very clear in her voice when she talks. She does appear to be old, but she is still very spry. And she sort of eyes you, looks around, and then kind of looks over the side. And sees Murphy still on the ground. And Murph gives a little bit of away. wave. Are you the group Emeris sent from the capital?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
oh my! You're rather late, aren't you? Come in. And she shuttles and shoos you in.
Bruh.
And as you get shooed in, Knuckles, you see her tap a runestone next to the door, and you feel the entire house sort of shake and shudder. You're not exactly sure what's happening, but Murphy, from the ground, you see the entire home beginning to lower as the rope elongates and stretches in a very unintuitive way. It almost looks like the rope is turning into some sort of rubber band that is now being weighed down by the house. And it stretches all the way down, landing very gently on the ground. And you could easily walk onto the porch and in with Knuckles.
I'll stroll on in.
Stroll on in. You both notice that the treehouse itself is sort of oddly spacious. It's a little bit surprising. You didn't maybe realize just how high up it was. It is very, very big. And the main room itself is crowded with potion bottles, spell books, runes, small creatures skittering around. And while it is, you might say, crowded, I don't think anyone would ever call this messy. Everything is in a very clearly defined place, sort of like those sheds where all of the tools are outlined in white tape, but the wall is just filled with them. It is very much that sense, where the Arcanist would know if you moved any of these things even an inch. And she invites you in, and then sort of looks between both of you, and she goes, Is the package very small? Are you carrying it in a pocket?
We left it in a very safe place, because it was big and heavy. So we'll have to retrieve that.
And
Probably should have brought it with us
Yeah.
here, huh? Yeah.
Maybe.
And
We were distracted by shoes and trinkets, and it's the whole thing.
And I will say, for brevity's sake, it is quite simple to go back and retrieve the carriage. Nothing has happened to it in the meantime, although you do notice a few small scratches on the mud surrounding the lock.
I'll point at it to Knuckles, and then see. That's what I'm talking about. That's
Knuckles?
Yeah, fair play.
This could have been someone trying to break in. It could have also been a small animal scratching at it.
We got to put mud on everything that's important to us from now on.
Either way, it worked. You know?
This is fundamental. Yeah, we know this for sure about the world now.
I'll let Murphy have this one. Yeah, it worked.
And you successfully get the carriage to the Whitefire Arcanist's house. And she encourages you to bring the package in. As you sort of go bring the package in, she shows you a place to set it down. And once you have, she kind of flits over and she goes, "Before we're on to business, tea?"
Oh. Yeah.
Sure. By the way, I don't think we got. What is your name?
My name is not stated in the adventure.
That's long. My name's long too. Do you
It
have
says
is there
long name. Lovely to meet you. My
is that,
name
like-
is not stated in the adventure.
not stated in the adventure? Maybe like a Nazia? Is that how you pronounce? Is that a short? Not stated in the adventure.
Yeah.
Got it.
She sort of gives you a reproachful look, Murphy, and she goes, "Young man, it is not polite to ask a fae her name. You know better than that." And she sort of flicks her finger, and you feel a small boop on your head, like she was kind of thwacking you.
So I use one of my armors then. No, is that how that works? Use one of my armor slots.
And she says,
My apologies.
And she goes, "You may call me the Arcanist. I have had many names, none of which you need to know." And then she goes back to the tea.
Very well. And then just kind of behind my hand to Knuckles will say, "We probably shouldn't drink the tea." Just to, yeah.
Would you
She
let
doesn't
me
have a
roll?
name.
Would you let me to roll to see if the tea looks like normal tea, or if I can tell anything off by the tea?
Sure. The tea itself, she grabs a kettle off of a place on the shelf, where it looks like it's been sitting. But as she grabs it, you see a small pulse from her hand, and you see steam begin to rise out of the tea kettle. And she immediately pours what looks to be piping hot tea out of the kettle. From your basic perception, nothing appears overly strange other than the obvious summoning out of thin air. But
Yeah.
I would allow you to roll an instinct for that.
I'm really rolling with all of the fears today. That'd be 16 with fear.
16 with fear. Need to add a fear. 16 with fear. She is the tea itself seems quite normal. Especially as she kind of jerkily flies over to hand it to you. Looks like any other tea you've ever encountered. And as you are very, maybe to some people it would be a little bit more under the radar, but she notices you inspecting it, and she goes, and she also flicks you on the head. It is just as rude to inspect a host's tea as it is to ask their names. Now, young party, young adventurers. She settles down into the chair. Tell me about yourself. Tell me about your journey.
He came from the ocean.
He came from the forest.
Yep.
Different forest, the one that we travel through.
She nods
Very
decisively, seeming to consider that adequate. And then she goes, "Now, who in town directed you to me? I'm not difficult to find, but I'm not quite out in the open."
The barkeep at the tavern.
She smiles warmly, and she goes, "Oh, I do love the clover. Hush it is really my masterpiece. It is the thing that I've been most proud of in this life. It does my heart well to hear you speak, even slightly of them." And then she looks up with the same timbre that she's asked all the questions. How do you imagine that you both might die one day?
That
Probably magic that goes awry that I cause. That's what I
I just
figure.
slowly turn to
Oh, should we not?
Murphy.
Oh,
I mean, that's normally not a tea question. That's normally like 3 shots
That's a good
deep
point.
question.
nice.
She stares at you, then yes, that is true. And she sort of flutters off to refill her own tea. And she says, well, we don't have time to get there. So, down to business. And she snaps her fingers, and the lid of the package disappears, and the 4 sides fall open, immediately revealing the interior contents. And it is you see inside the package a massive stone. This stone appears to have taken up most of the inside contents of the package, with a lion's face carved onto it. And you both recognize this as the city that you came from. There's a very similar looking stone that is the keystone above the gate to the city, the capital's main archway. As the box opens, the Arcanist, suddenly very serious, nods. Of course the king would keep this delivery secret. If anyone knew your city was no longer warded, you would be conquered before sunrise. And, Murphy, with this statement, you do kind of identify that ghost of magic that you felt within the package does give off a warding sort of feel, a feel of protection. But it is so faint as to almost not even be there.
So what is it you need with this particular stone? Feels like, I mean, I'm sure that somebody probably honestly told us about this. We were kind of a forgetful bunch. But this seems like probably something that they're gonna miss back home.
It seems like a big deal, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
White, and she gives a little oddly jaunty clap, and the walls of her house, in a very similar fashion to the crate, begin to unfold and unfurl, with the roof being lifted by the braid at the top, the braided rope. Indeed, they will be missing it. We, the 2 of us, or 3, including me, must travel to the open vale to reinstate this ward. Such an effort of magic will be treacherous, almost speaking to herself. It will attract dangerous creatures from the darkest reaches of the Sablewood. Looks up sharply. I will need your help.
Really? Because it seems like you would have no problem fluttering there and back. What can we do? He can't even throw his blades. Like, not well. I don't know if you know
I
that.
just look down at the floor. I hide away my
I'm
blades in my vest.
It's the tea.
Yeah.
I'm a whole tea in. That's what
Yeah,
it is
no,
doing.
I get it.
She gives sort of a tinkling laugh, and she goes, "Oh, don't worry, you will have plenty to do." As she begins to reform the box around the keystone. I will be quite distracted during the ritual, and she levitates the box and begins to send it back onto your carriage. You will need to protect me during the ritual. There will be many creatures, and I will not be here, but I will be here, and you will need to protect the me that is here, while the me that is not here coaxes the magic back in.
I just looked at Murph. You got that?
Crystal clear to me.
Go.
And she gives a very sharp nod, and she goes, let us be off then. I'll drive. And she, for all of the magical prowess that she has displayed, she almost scrambles up into the seat, not even using her seemingly very capable wings, and appears as if she is ready to be off.
As we walk over there, I'll say to Knuckles, actually normally what I say is clear as mud, but that's because for me mud is perfectly fine. But I've noticed when talking to people that seems to convey the opposite of what I intend to say, so that's why I said crystal clear. But really for me, clear as mud is more in line.
That makes sense. I just had a thought. Are we happy protecting this person who evidently has stolen a very important thing from the city that we are from?
And just as importantly, are we to get paid for any of this work? Because we
still
only have a handful.
We did get promised a reward on delivery, and we have kind of delivered it. This wasn't a 2-part contract. We did the first part, which we got told.
Yeah, I feel like we're being sort of spun along here.
I raised my voice a little bit, like sorry to ruin this whole situation. This wasn't in the contract. We got paid to wait. We were gonna get paid to deliver. We've delivered. We still haven't had that reward yet. We don't have to do this, right? As long as we get the money, we should be all good.
She, what? And she sort of goes and takes a letter out of her pouch, and opens it up and is sort of reading it to herself. And she goes, the king indicated that you would provide any assistance necessary. Oh, wait. No. I would provide any assistance necessary. That is different. I see. You will need... I will need someone to guard me, and... What would you like?
I think a fair amount is double that we were gonna get paid. Because it's like the second job. We did the first part.
I see. Okay. I haven't had money in a while. One moment. And she scurries back into her house, which is still unfolded. And she begins looking through several potions and doodads, and she comes back out with a potion and hands it to you, Knuckles. And cool. It is the bottle is sort of bulbous at the bottom with a very short and skinny neck, the smallest cork you've ever laid eyes on, holding it closed. And she says, and the actual interior is a swirling black liquid, gas. You can't quite tell. And she sort of pops it into your hand. To match your soul, dearie. And and then goes over to Murphy and hands you not any sort of potion, but a long length of wood. And it appears to be a very similar type of wood to the bark of the sable trees around you. And she says, and for you, if you're visiting the Sablewood, you should look the part. And she presses it in, and you can reject this if you would like. But she begins to meld the wood into your chest.
I mean, okay. That's fine. Let's see where this goes.
As the wood finishes,
You already drank the tea. We're here to party. What's this gonna be?
As it melds into your chest, it feels fragile to your arcane sense. Certainly magical, but fragile. Like too much use might just break it.
Okay.
But you also and I will say, especially because of your arcane sense, you don't even need to roll. You sense that you could use this bark a certain number of times to change the appearance of your skin, potentially using it as camouflage.
Oh, okay.
That's not bad. Could I tell what my potion is?
No.
Yep.
Does it
Murphy,
have a label?
You do recognize that it's magical.
Uh-huh.
You could certainly, ask.
They just smell it. Just
Yeah. Give it the old sniff test.
I'll ask, like, excuse me, can I...
Yes.
What does this do?
It expresses your inner darkness in a very directed path.
And you said it matched my soul.
Mm-hmm. All of that darkness swirling around in there. And she sort of notices your hesitation, and she goes, "Oh, no offense meant. It's just your shadow magic, all obscured in there. I thought you would like it. Do you not?"
Hang on a minute. Sorry, quick one. I didn't mention I had shadow magic.
Oh, your soul told me before you even spoke. It's very chattery.
It's not. I just turned to Murphy. There's not many times Knuckles is just speechless, but this is one of the few moments.
Is that a reward?
I mean, if yours is good, mine must be good, right? Like, I'm not gonna get the short end of the stick here, right? I get it. I'm small, but okay. I'll tuck it away and
take what we
continue.
Can get.
Okay. And for both of your knowledge, whenever you use this item, Murphy, you know exactly what it'll do. Blue, Knuckles, maybe a little bit less so. Roll a d6, and on a 6, the item will be expended. So it will, basically, every time you use it, it runs the chance of breaking.
Okay. But I still don't know what my one does.
No.
Fantastic. It expresses my dark soul. Okay.
And are you guys... The Arcanist is waiting on the cart it seems expectantly.
Sure. Let's
Yeah. I haven't got anything.
Let's do it.
To do. We still haven't got paid originally, but that'll be at the end, right?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. Begrudgingly, I'll hop onto the car and just be like, yeah. I'll just turn to Muff like, if this ends badly.
Yes.
No, it won't. Positive thinking. Positive thinking.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, what could go wrong in this situation, right?
I just like don't.
So many things. I nearly died the last time I attempted this.
Cool.
But that's why you're here.
And it's slowly sinking in that we're gonna have to truck this stupid rock all the way back to town, probably.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it.
She leads your carriage in a series of directions. And if you guys would like, feel free to describe the journey on her way. She is leading you to somewhere that she called the Open Veil. And feel free to describe your conversations, things that you see along the way within the Sablewood. Go nuts.
I imagine at some part of this journey she kind of does the Wonka poem, you know, when they're going through the tunnel. You know, is it raining? Is that whole that's the vibe I get from this.
But like, and then she's doing that, but while just staring at both of us in the back and not even driving the car.
Yeah, how's it even going?
World of your imagination.
Definitely some. No. This is the creepy one that I'm talking about.
Oh, got it.
The Gene Wilder one, yes.
Right.
Well, of course. Well, I guess if I say the creepy one, that probably means every depiction of Wonka ever. But I'm thinking of Gene Wilder.
Yes. I'm glad we went the same place.
Part, yeah.
I think there would probably be a deceptive amount. Like it would seem as though it had gone from night to day too much, for whatever length of time we're traveling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For one idea.
Yeah.
I'm
sorry, would you... I accidentally... Son of a shit. I accidentally knocked out my audio cable, which then knocked out a whole bunch of other things. I'm sorry, would you repeat that, Ryan?
We can still hear you. No, yeah, you're fine. You're fine. It's a... I was just describing that there's probably more shifting of day to night than is appropriate for whatever length of time we're traveling.
Yeah.
Disorientingly, right?
Mm.
That's my first thought. I don't know. What do you think, Knuckles?
I think there's bits where, because what was it called? It was the open veil. Yeah, I'm sort of like there's in my head there's sort of like bits where as you're going past trees, it shifts scenery like too quickly. So it's almost like, this is going to be such a niche reference, but it's very much that door in Doctor Strange where they turn the dial and it goes to different places. But it's that, so you get like a solid chunk of trees, then an open bit, and it's like desert, and then solid chunk of trees, and then something else, and then it's just like quickly going through.
There are biomes far too close to each other.
Yeah, and it's for a proper ecosystem to work, and it's rapidly firing through them.
Okay. All right. I love it. And the Arcanist is very brightly describing all of the places that you're going. Her words don't seem to match what you're witnessing. She kind of goes in and out of describing things that you can see versus things that you can't. And it's only slightly disconcerting. But eventually, you do get to a area of land. All of the quickly shifting biomes and regions and landscapes have been small. You know, maybe 30 feet across. It's a sand pit here, a meadow hill there. When you reach the open veil, this is hundreds of feet wide, and to your senses appears to be an exactly perfect circle, with none of the sablewood trees that you have become so intensely used to. And she says, we've arrived. And this is the first time that either of you have seen the open sky since you entered the Sablewood. Now lit with stars, with a slight crescent moon rising over the horizon. And the Arcanist looks at both of you, and she's very serious. The veil... We have to be careful, respectful. Looks at both of you very seriously with her finger pointed. It is a place...
Talk to him.
It is a place of strong ritual magic. This, and she looks out, clearly remembering a time long ago, is where I first crafted the ward pillars that guard hush, that keep the noise in and my children protected. She comes back to you. I almost died that day, but that's why you're here. Speaking as much to herself as you.
To not die. Great.
That's
And
I mean that's the only way we'll get paid.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
And
He says, just getting, it's like, we're this far in, we might as well.
Don't know the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She directs you towards the center of the veil, which is still a few minutes away, probably. I mean, this is a large, very almost disconcertingly flat area, and you can see that she's getting a bit more fidgety than she was before, and says to both of you,
Which just means acting like fidget, right? That's what that means.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Like a child.
And she sort of so if you could change the color of the sky, what would you change it to?
Look up. We're back with the weird questions, aren't we? We're not drinking tea now.
I believe that the preparation before peril is equivalent to a few shots.
What will we change it to?
I mean, I quite like.
How about?
I like crimson red.
You would.
He would. He just said so. Perhaps if it's now, perhaps daytime light, so we could see.
She peers at you, cocking her head. Fascinating. And she sort of skitters back off. And if you were to die here today, where would your soul go, young tree man? Or sorry, young mushroom man?
Well, probably back to the bottomless woods.
And you, wet monkey.
That's.
I mean, you're spot on, but I mean, probably.
He's always somehow damp. I didn't.
Just
I haven't had anybody.
Just never dry
Yeah.
myself off. It's always there.
You know, the Arcanist, I haven't had anybody to talk to about this yet because it's just been he and I traveling. But there's just everywhere he goes, there's just a puddle, just a little
A trail of water.
puddle left behind. Yeah,
She nods
That's the
very
damnedest thing.
seriously. She goes, I understand.
he's just
His history
It's like
practically floods with it. It
I don't-
pours
okay.
out of all of his spiritual orifices.
You say things.
So, where
Yep.
would you go?
Probably to the high seas. Probably.
To haunt people? I love
I mean-
sea ghosts.
Maybe, potentially.
Ooh.
Depending if I want to haunt, depending if I just want to observe.
She looks back at Murphy. His sounds much more fun. No, we're here. Stop, stop. And she starts slapping you. Not like actually slapping, but very like patting you. Knuckles. Stop, stop, stop. We're here. Her antennas perked up. Yes. Here. Now, come help me. I'm old. And she scrambles back down off the carriage and towards the back to take out the package. And as you... Do you go to help her?
What choice do we have?
Yeah, again.
Let's help.
We've
She's a
come
force
this
of
far.
nature.
That's right.
Yeah, she just called me a wet monkey, and that's
That's rude.
yeah.
As you go to open the doors physically, she snaps her fingers, the wheels popping off your carriage with a wet smack, and the walls falling open with the sound of wind chimes. And the box sits in the center.
Does this mean we have to get another car?
It's gonna be so expensive.
I'll repair it. It's only disassembled here. As if that should be...
okay.
As if it's ridiculous.
Yeah, that makes-
you're...
Yeah,
That makes a ton of sense. Should give us one made of cottage cheese or something.
And
Alright.
as she approaches, she begins humming in a very cicada insect-like buzz. And her body starts to glow brighter, flickering in the night, like the fireflies that she resembles. And she places her hand on the keystone. I will need an hour of time to prepare. You all, enjoy the night air while you can. We'll be busy very soon.
Okay.
And you can now take a short rest.
Oh, well, yeah.
Ah.
During this short
What
rest,
does... Yeah.
you may choose up to 2 options, and I'll I'll share the options for you in case
Okay.
you have forgotten or didn't read it in the first
Maybe.
place.
Oh, to,
I was gonna say
to be
not-
right back.
nothing to forget up here.
Sounds good. Okay, so each of you can choose separately. Can choose up to 2 options, and you can't use the same option twice. You can either patch yourself up and clear some HP, which I don't think you took any HP, did you?
No, I didn't. I'm untouchable.
Untouchable. And then you can clear stress. You can blow off steam and clear 1d4 stress. You can
Sure.
repair armor to clear armor slots. Or you can repair an ally's armor. You can also tend to an ally for their HP. Or you can
I see.
prepare. Describe how you prepare yourself for the path ahead and gain hope.
Okay. So you get 2 of those options. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Interesting. So what's the and you may have covered this before, so sorry if this is retreading ground, but where this is the game's considered sort of in a playtest phase, is that what they're calling it?
Yeah. Yep.
Gotcha.
This is. I think they're kind of considering it the open beta.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's still well within a playtest, and the actual rules I guess haven't gone through an editor. So there are some things here and there that aren't totally like straightforward or clear.
Right. Well, and there's some things too that, especially playing in a digital, I guess there would be. I mean, I don't know what playtest materials are available, but like there's all these mentions of cards and things like that that would probably be a lot easier to understand with the actual stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Blue, you get to choose two of these options that are on screen.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
I'm thinking. I'm gonna think. I'm gonna tear through some wounds, and I've got 1 HP done. It's 1d4. I've only got 1 markdown, so I'm gonna roll anyway.
And you guys can, for tender wounds and repair armor, you can do it for your allies if you want. So if you're not sure like what other downtime you're gonna take.
Oh, cool.
But I can't just like rub his shoulders to clear his stress.
No,
I can
no
only
stress.
tend to wounds or repair armor. Okay.
Nope.
Just give him compliments and tea.
Yeah.
What happens again when you hit all stress?
When you hit
only 2 out of 5, and I may reduce some stress.
When you hit all stress, you can no longer use abilities that cost stress. And if you take stress in the future and you can't mark it, you have to mark HP instead.
Gotcha.
If you want to focus on, because I came pretty clean through that last encounter. I can repair armor or tend to your wounds if you want to focus on stress.
I've just done 1 on my HP. I've just done that one.
Okay.
So there's only 1 marked off. I'm thinking if I do my own stress, and if you could repair my armor, that'd be kind of useful.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll check that, and then so you can clear 2 marked armor slots for that. And then I guess I'll prepare. How would I go about repairing?
There you go.
Yeah.
I'll spend my time preparing by focusing my understanding of Rain of Blades to turn it into more of like a Rain of Mud type thing. I feel like I want to sort of differentiate.
Yeah.
I don't want to steal any blade throwers thunder here. So I'll do that.
I mean, yeah, it's all good. You've shown that you are more. You've learned the way of the blade, and
Murphy will hear none of it, and he's going to try to throw blood around.
Fair enough. You concentrate on the spiritual and magical difference that differentiates mud from a blade. And I think you've got some new strategies under your belt. You can definitely gain a hope.
Great.
All right, and then Blue, you're clearing stress and tending to wounds.
Yes. So I've tended some wounds, so I'm now fully restored.
Awesome.
Sort of just patching up, bandaging myself up, and then clearing stress by 1. Only rolled a 1 on my D4.
Damn.
So I've still got 1 marked.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I feel like the conversation of the difference between mud and blades, sort of like calms me down and be like, no, I am good with the blade. I do know how to do it. It was just a slip up, it's just everyone has off days. I've been called a wet monkey. It hasn't been a good day. It's.
Does it help that it was spiritually wet, not,
I mean.
You could say that, but I can see like the drip off of his coat.
All right. So you guys get through your short rest, and as you are ending as you guys are getting to the end, you suddenly see the Arcanist light, the aura of her firefly light begins to concentrate, almost like a gas turning into a liquid or a liquid turning into a solid, it coalesces. It doesn't get softer, it doesn't get dimmer. If anything, it is more intense, more difficult to look at. But it seems to be almost being smothered from the outside. And she lets out a shrill cry. The keystone has finally responded. Quickly, surround me. The ritual must begin or I'll lose the pathway. Hurry. Her body begins to glow brighter as her eyes roll backwards into her head, and the entire carriage lifts a foot off of the ground. An unearthly cry echoes from the woods, seemingly alerted by the Arcanist's arcane energy. And we will need to construct a battle map.
All right.
All right. You guys should be able to see the carriage and the Arcanist. Yeah. And I'm realizing that the glade does not have any of that in it. No terrain. Very specifically. And I will put you guys on here. And let me know, the carriage and the Arcanist, gonna be right about here. Go ahead and position yourself.
I think I'll probably be, initially off the bat, I would probably be just around there somewhere.
All right.
I think my first initial thought is to keep an eye out, then when things start to happen, hide so I can get sneak attacks and things.
Yeah. All right, so you want to sort of hide?
Yeah.
You could attempt to do so, maybe underneath the carriage would kind of cut you off from a line of sight.
Okay. We'll do that then.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and place yourself there, and then we can just send you to top. So that we can see you, but we'll know that you're underneath.
Okay.
All right, Murphy, and you're staying near the carriage.
Yeah. No attempt to hide because that would be foolish. I will just be out and a target.
Understood. Okay, as you guys are forming up, you hear the wail come from another wail. The first one echoed around. It felt almost non-directional, but you hear one that has a very distinct direction off and to the east. Do you want to change your position at all or stay where you are?
I think
I'll stay.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's fairly decent positioning.
Okay. You guys. Okay, so that is within. Oh, and there we go. You guys see rising out of the earth 2 forest wraiths that appear to be spirits drawn by the ritual and the magic of the Arcanist. Along with that, you see several, let me bring them all out, skeletons. And as you are witnessing this, the ground parts in an almost reverse of what you saw at the beginning of your adventure, as skeletons rise out of the open veil. And 2 of the skeletons do seem ancient, their bones stark white. But 2 of them seem to have decayed a bit more recently. You recognizing the peeled and rotting faces of the thistle folk that you killed on the way here.
Okay.
And
they want
look
some
at
more.
you with malevolence and hate.
Yeah.
All right, and I am going to... Oh, I didn't get a good way to do this. Oh, no. Okay, that's fine. We're gonna put it on the turn order.
Okay.
It tells me to grab a D8, but can't do that on here. We are going to call this Ritual Progress. And we are going to set it to the 8. Once that ticks to 0, the Arcanist will have completed her ritual.
Okay.
It will tick down every time you take down an adversary, and it will tick up every time the Arcanist is hit.
Okay.
Ah. Very good.
Okay.
All right. Now, you were all very prepared. Let me know what you
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll say they're a little bit closer. There we go.
Could I think my best move is to... Could I sneak attack with the Rain of Blades?
Let me pull up your sheet. Offhand, I don't see why not. Let's see. If you have advantage... So I will say you are still hidden. Even
Yes.
targets can't see you. When you leave hidden to make an attack, the roll has advantage. And if you have advantage, always add D8. I think I would consider Rain of Blades an attack roll. So yeah, I think sneak attack would apply.
Okay, cool. In that case, then I'm gonna pop out, unsheath my knives, flip them up. So I will when I'm done.
You'll do what, sorry?
Apologies being interrupted.
Sorry, I didn't have
that's
your
all right.
face cam up, so I wasn't sure.
No, you're good. Unsheath my knives, flip them up, and I will try and do Rain of Blades on the closest to.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try it on that one and on that one.
I will say for Rain of Blades, it doesn't specify a range, but it does say close. So I'm gonna consider that close range. And all of these skeletons are within close range.
Okay, cool. Cool. Let's make roll to see if I can hit any of them. 12 with hope.
12 with hope. That. Oh, I missed that. 12. Oh, does hit.
Does hit.
So get a hope, and you successfully hit them.
So D10 plus sneak attack.
Yep.
Fantastic, which is a D8, which is one of you. Cool. So they take 12 points.
12 points of damage.
Which is 12 points damage, yes.
As you leave your hiding spot, describe just decimating all of them. None of them survive your attack.
So I basically go to throw the daggers, but I keep hold of them, and it's almost like some more daggers fly out of the blades.
So it's like almost like a dagger gun.
Kinda, yeah, dagger than a dagger.
Yeah. All right.
As to spin out and knock those two down.
Okay. So yeah, you fully get rid of all of the nearby skeletons, and as they perish, you see what you think might have been, you're not quite sure, their souls, animating force, whatever caused them to move and clack and clang, gets siphoned into the Arcanist. And she lets out... She opens her mouth as if to scream, but only the slightest sound comes out as she glows a bit brighter.
Okay.
And despite me despite me not having a turn right now because you did not roll with fear, I'm going to spend 2 fear to take a turn as the I'm not sure if I was supposed to keep your action token, your tokens on the action tracker. I know that I keep fear on the action tracker. You know what? We'll say that we keep them on there for now because you guys are doing great. You guys don't need the help, right? So I will use 2 of Murphy's action tokens to activate both of the forest wraiths who scream in absolute defiance and agony and rage as they see you take down all of the skeletons. One of them is going to one of them is also going to spend 2 fear, and is going to make an attack. Oh wait, I have to. That's against someone in melee. I'm not sure how far I can move them. You know what? I'll say that I can't cross an entire far distance at once. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm going to say it.
I think far is an action. I think
I have to like activate it.
I know there is a certain distance that is basically an action.
Let me just check really quick because it might matter for this. Movement, when you're under danger or pressure, you can always move to a location that's within close range. If you're trying to move to a location that's far or very far, you need to make an agility roll. Move to a location within close range. They take their whole action to do so. Got it. Okay. So instead of spending the fear, they are both just going to move closer to you. And they are going to both activate Life Drain.
What's that do?
In retribution for...
Seems like life is something you want to keep. I don't know.
Yeah.
You generally don't want it to be drained, yeah. And so, let's roll for the first one on Knuckles. That's a 12.
That will miss.
Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. It's a 12 plus 3. So is it a... what about 15?
That will hit.
That will
hit.
Okay. So that is a total of 11 damage.
That's a major damage. I'm going to use an armor slot to reduce it down to 4. No. Yeah, 1 HP. Cool.
Okay.
Use an armor slot.
1 HP, and it as it sucks at the very essence of you, the watery, smoky essence. And the other one is going to attempt the same. That will be a total of 16.
Yep.
And a total of 10.
Okay, that's major.
Damage.
Okay, that's fine.
As you start to feel almost as if the hairs are being pulled off your arms. Prickly, pokey sensation as you lose something that you hope to get back. And it is your guys' turn again.
I'm gonna try to... Yeah, those guys would be considered far range, so I'm gonna use Unleash Chaos on... Oh, let me switch to the right pointer. On that one. I don't know if you can see the what I'm pointing at.
Yes. Okay.
And so that means a roll against them. So that is a 19 with, I think, hope. Let me check my color code for my dice. It's on another. It was on another page. I wrote them down because I was like, I'm gonna forget which.
Which
Do I
is
mean
which?
the green one to be this? Or
Yeah,
do I
you
mean
need
the yellow
like
one to be
like a
this?
white and a black one to be really obvious.
That would keep it. Well, no, I would still get myself twisted on that. It is that is with hope.
Okay.
So that's what I say, a 20. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, that hits and gain a hope,
Okay.
and then roll damage.
Yes. 5.
5. Okay.
Can I see, I don't know. So maybe a rules question then. So I can channel raw power. Once per long rest, it says place a domain card from your loadout into your vault and then choose to either, and I want to add magic damage to that, but I don't understand the value of domain cards and what that would even mean in this context.
So in this context, that would be like taking Rain of Blades out of your abilities. You wouldn't be able to use it again until a long rest.
Right. Okay, then I guess I won't do this. That would be basically anything on the left is a domain. Oh, domain effects. I see that now.
Yep.
Okay.
So you would
Okay,
either
never
have
mind.
to
5.
place Unleash Chaos or Rain of Blades into
Yeah,
your
those are
vault.
that's what they're referencing.
Yeah.
And in terms of what's the level of the card, what does that relate to? Would they all be 1 right now?
Yeah, that'd be 1. Because these are
okay.
first level cards.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. So you're sticking with how much damage was that?
Yeah, 5 damage on.
5 damage. All right.
Assuming it hit.
Yes, that did in fact hit. As you what does your attack look like? What does your Unleash Chaos look like?
Yeah, Unleash Chaos is directed. It's basically coming like out of my chest. It looks like earth and mud sort of flowing. They basically almost are completely, they almost disappear, I guess, in this kind of stream of elemental energy for a brief moment, and that's my ranged attack.
Yeah, you absolutely cover this ethereal figure. Even though the mud is passing through it, it almost entirely engulfs the space where the wraith was, making it sputter out of existence for a moment before reforming back.
All right.
All right, and that'll be 1 on the turn order tracker. I hope that I've been keeping correct track of this. Oh, actually, Knuckles should have 1 more for that first action.
Oh yeah.
There we go. All right. And no fear, and I'm not going to spend any.
Cool. What did we say about the movement? It takes an action to move.
Movement, you
Alpha?
can move anywhere within close range.
Okay.
And
But they're considered far away, right?
Yeah.
it depends. If they're beyond 30 feet, yes. So you can move anywhere within close range. If you're trying to move to a location that is very far, you need to make an agility roll.
Okay. I would say I'll do that because I'm gonna get up close and personal.
Okay.
I'm gonna run up to them, so I'll do an agility roll, which is those 2, to get up to this one here, if you can see that.
Yeah.
Cool. Agility roll. Oh, much better. That's 15 with hope.
15 with hope. Gain a hope. And as Murphy unleashes a torrent of mud, this forest wraith gets momentarily distracted by the torrent, and you absolutely seize your opportunity and are able to move right on up to it and still take an action.
Cool. And then I'm gonna hit it with one of my daggers as I come in and just sideswipe it.
Okay. Yeah, go.
That will be. That's a critical hit. That's 2 10s.
That's 2 10s. All right. So you roll damage and you add the maximum value of your damage die as extra damage.
Oh, Fantastic. So that will be 12, 16 with the +2. 16 damage.
16 damage. Very
Dang.
nice.
I run in, just sort of slide on my knees and just slice at the belly.
Hell yeah. You feel a tug as it passes through. And you know a thing or two about your daggers in your time wielding them over this very long month.
Yeah.
And it passes through. It passes through well. But it doesn't feel like it did quite as much as it should have. You expected it to nearly bisect the Wraith, but the ethereal nature stitches it back together very quickly.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay. Okay.
And it is still your guys' go.
Can I? Let's see if it's possible. If I so I want to move. Let's just say out in this kind of vague general area.
Sure.
That requires agility, right?
It depends. So you were about there, right?
Yeah.
Ish?
Okay.
Is that correct?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that'd be about
yeah.
50 feet. That would require an agility roll. You could maybe move to like there-ish without an agility roll.
Okay. So if I move to here, then I guess I should be all smart using the distance tracker too. Would this put me close enough to be considered close to Knuckles?
Yes, you are close enough for Knuckles, yeah.
Okay. Because I'm going to cast Minor Illusion. I want to make a second Knuckles
Oh, yes.
to hopefully buy him some advantage on his next attack.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
So that would be, let's see. It says that I need it says a 10. I think that's the difficulty it's supposed to be, but I got a 22 with hope.
Okay, so you gain a hope, and yes, you do create the minor illusion. I will say it says that it's convincing to anyone in far range or further. But
Well, damn it.
with the 22, I'll say that it's convincing within close, but maybe not.
I mean that's only if you read the second half of the description, the second half of that sentence.
Just for the top.
Only if you do that.
So I'll
is there
say
anything?
if you place it
Yeah, go
right next to Knuckles, it will convince this one, but not this one.
Can I place it from where I am, sort of in between?
Yeah.
Because I was sort of thinking I need the reference of Knuckles. I need to be with him. If I know that, because clearly I'm a master of my magic, I would know these sorts of things. Can I place the duplicate of him back at the wagon so that would put it far from the Wraith and potentially still provide the benefit of distracting far enough to gain him advantage?
Yeah, I think that'd be fun.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll kind of place it back where he was.
Over here.
Originally. Let me switch back to the yeah, exactly. Yeah, you can put the perfect.
Nice.
Is there anything cool and amazing and impressive that happens if you have 5 out of 5 hope? Is that like a
no?
slam dunk
You just
something?
can't gain any more.
Yeah, okay. Does it burn anything extra? So if I use my Rain of Mud, is that like out of turn for me to do, or can I spend an action to do that, or what does that mean?
Yeah, you can keep basically just every action you take adds to the tracker, and I use the things that you add to the tracker to make my actions.
Yeah.
But I don't go unless I either spend fear or unless you roll fear.
Yeah.
So right now you guys are just juggling these these enemies.
Because what I as I'm now up close and personal to this guy, I want to Rain of Blades the guy I'm right next to.
Okay.
Do it.
I'm gonna spend 2 hope.
That's 2 hope. All right.
2 hope. Come on. Oh, that won't do it. That's a 6 with fear.
That indeed does not do it.
Did you get any advantage for the double? Did you get any advantage from that? Like a D6?
Could I have advantage for the double? Is that how that works?
Yeah, you can have advantage for the double, sure.
That's what I was hoping I would grant you, but
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That is a 6 on the dice. That makes it 12.
That makes it 12 total.
makes all the difference.
Yeah.
It does it.
Just.
It does not make all the difference.
Doesn't make
Son of
unfortunately.
damn
It is
game's broken.
Worth a try. Worth a try.
It is very close, but no cigar
Okay.
as it, expecting your attack this time, dodges out of the way of the daggers. I will say, it seems more worried about these daggers than it did the other ones.
Okay. I failed with fear.
But it will now, I'm going to activate it, the one that you just attacked, as it
Okay.
opens its mouth. And,
Do I take a stress because I failed with fear, by the way?
Oh, yes, you're right. You do take a stress for failing with fear. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Good shit. Or I guess not good shit for you, but good shit for remembering.
Yeah.
It will, it will open its mouth, and I'm going to spend 2 fear as it grabs you by the shoulders and it seems trying to force its way through you. And it is going to make a melee attack roll.
That seems unnecessary.
That is going to be a 13.
That meets my evasion.
Oh, and roller always. Or wait, is that's the thing in D&D? Is it the thing in Daggerheart?
Is it that if it hits it? Is it meets it, beats
GM
it?
difficulty. Yeah.
I feel like if it hits it exactly, that's what it is.
It has to be. It has to be. Otherwise, anything else is crazy.
Yeah. Man, I really, when your attack roll hits, I didn't get it. Oh, there it is.
Chat agrees for what it's worth.
Chat
Daniel
agrees.
says
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So if it, so it does hit. In that case, you feel, Knuckles, something inside of you, not necessarily crack, but shift. Like a very strong door opening just a crack, and the wraith floods through, and for a moment, you don't even know where you are. As you come back to yourself, you seem to be looking at yourself down upon your body, which is in the same position that you left it. But as you try to move, you can't. And you look over, and where the Whitefire Arcanist once stood, you just see a bolt of pure light raising into the sky, like a spotlight or maybe like a beacon. And you see shifting shadows off in the distance that you couldn't see before.
Oh, joys. Okay. So I'm not in my body. Okay.
You're not in your body, and
Do I take any?
There's technically 3 Knuckles on the board right now.
Yeah.
there are technically 3 Knuckles.
Do I take any damage from it, or I'm just not in?
You do
my
not take
body?
any damage. You are just not in your body, and you don't seem to be able to interact with your body in any way.
Okay.
And as you are peering around, Knuckles, you see disturbances within the ground. And you both see, and Knuckles, they fade from your view as they appear in Murphy's view. 2 more skeletons rise out of the earth. And I'm going to spend 1 fear to conjure them. And they appear to understand the situation with Knuckles and immediately make a beeline for Murphy.
Oh, welcome.
using group attack.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, wait, I can't use group attack. You know what I can do? I'm going to spend 2 of the tokens because you guys have so many tokens that you've given me.
You're welcome.
Gain 1
Go nuts.
fear. Add 2 tokens. Yeah, I can go the opposite way. And I'm going to spend that 1 fear that I just gained to do group attack with those skeletons. As they claw their way out of the dirt, Murphy, it feels like they are attempting to drag you down into it.
Oh.
And they are going to... Oh! They don't even roll? That can't be right. That can't be right that they don't even roll. Hey, we're all still learning, and I don't want to be too mean to Murphy if it's not warranted. It is on group attack. Let me see. Common moves. This group, they do make an attack roll. Okay, that makes way more sense. Okay. Let's do it. So they are going to attack you. Does a 7 beat your evasion?
No.
Okay.
My evasion is 9.
So as they claw their way out of the ground, this is your domain, not theirs. And you very easily move the ground out of the way to step out of their attack. And I will turn it back to you guys.
Yeah, I'll tell them that they think the mud is their ally, but they merely adapted the mud. I was born in it. Let me, yeah. I'm gonna do Rain of Mud, because I have hope to spend. So I'm gonna take 2 of those away, and I think both of these guys are within close range. So the attack would be on both of them, right?
Yes.
All right. So
Give me that Rain of Mud. Rain of Mud.
16 with hope.
All right.
No, 16 with fear. 16 with fear.
16 with fear. Your attack does hit, but I will gain a fear, and I will make a move after this. But roll your damage.
Yep. Okay, then I will shoot. Yeah, it's only 2.
2?
I can't do anything to that.
That
Yep, 2.
you see them still stumble backwards. It did not, it didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
As they are pelted by the torrential outpouring from your chest. They seem to look at you and then charge past, both heading for the carriage and potentially Knuckles. But as they get up to the carriage, they realize that the image of Knuckles was just an illusion. And I'm going to spend 2 of my turn tokens to make 2 attacks against the Whitefire Arcanist.
Aw, man.
Okay, those both hit. And both of those hits, while the Arcanist doesn't seem to have taken physical damage, you see her light flicker, her almost stumble from the hits, and the ritual progress ticks back up.
Okay. Okay. Is there any way that I can go back into my body?
It does
That's a
not
good question.
seem like it.
That is a good question.
Yeah.
There should be an answer to that.
It does not seem like it. I'm trying to think. Maybe give me a knowledge roll to see if you have heard of this sort of phenomena.
Okay. Let's have a look. Knowledge ain't great. It's not bad. 10 with hope.
10 with hope. I think that'll clear it. So gain a hope. and you are aware, in general, of ghosts astrally projecting people out of your bodies. It's an old wives' tale, and the accounts differ on how to reunite the soul. But most of the differing accounts come from solo adventurers. They had to please some night goddess. They had to do something within the astral world. But whenever you've heard an account from a party, it seems that if the ghost that did it was defeated, or even just one of the ghost's allies, that the soul would be reunited with the body.
Okay. There's no way that I can like interact with the physical world, is there?
No, I would say not, no.
Okay, so I can't just write ghostly messages in the mud.
You know what? Ooh. What's your spellcasting ability?
Spellcasting is +2.
You know, if you want to give me a generic spellcast roll, I will consider it an action for the action tracker.
Okay.
But I would let you attempt to write a message to Murphy in the real world.
Okay.
Especially because he would be maybe more attuned to the earth changing around him.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's a 10 with hope.
I would give it to you on a 10. So Murphy, Knuckles has been oddly still for a sec, and the wraith that they were originally going toe-to-toe, going at it, and the wraith appears to be almost ignoring Knuckles now, and Knuckles is just staring off into space. And in between you two, in the soft mud that has been dampened by his constant dripping, you see you see a message written, potentially describing his plight. Knuckles, what do you say?
I don't know how long of a message I can write.
Within reason, we'll say.
Within reason, I'll write, not dead, kill them.
Straight to
That
the
works.
point.
Which I hope, you know, he can get the gist of it.
Yeah, you can figure
Yeah,
it
with my arcane sense, I can sense the presence of magic mud writing. I think that seems reasonable.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And also, magical people and objects. I'll say, you're not quite sure, but you did maybe feel a flicker of something invisible hanging around Knuckles. I don't know if it's explicitly magical, but I'll say it maybe registers faintly on your senses.
Okay. I'm still trying to. So how do I read the tea leaves to know whether I can do anything?
You can.
I'm just a dumb D&D DM. So
no,
I'm
that's
still
fine. That's fine. You can do whatever you want, as many times as you want. I
Perfect.
act when you roll fear.
Fantastic. Okay.
And
So-
in terms of movement, you can move 30 feet for free. If you want to move beyond 30 feet, you have to do an agility roll.
Yeah, and that was 15 feet. I used the thing to make sure.
Sick.
So I'll spend 2 hope then to Rain of Blades. Sorry, Rain of Mud. What was I thinking? I don't have Rain of Blades anymore.
Yeah.
To Rain of Mud this guy. And do I have to place it? No, I don't think I have to yet. Okay. So that is a 19 with fear.
Okay, that absolutely hits. I will gain a fear, but roll your damage.
Okay. God, that doesn't even matter. It's only a 2.
It's only a 2. I mean, you still see the wraith's form shudder. It does appear as if that even did maybe as much as Knuckles' earlier dagger.
Yeah, magic.
As the magical mud punches a hole through its center.
Does it seem? Is there any? I don't know if there's any language in this game for if it feels more dead, close to dead, half dead, anything like that.
I don't think there's any explicit language that I'm aware of, but I will tell you, it still seems pretty good.
Okay. That's all I needed to know.
The skeletons, even the skeletons that you just hit earlier, are both looking rougher than this wraith.
Okay, sounds good. Then that is well, I mean, I guess if you so you're stuck in the astral plane, so I guess I need to kill this thing, otherwise you can't come back.
Yeah,
based
but
on my
you
reading of
also
the mud.
You also did just roll with fear, so it is their go.
Oh, it is their go.
Yep.
I totally forgot. All right,
Oh,
the wraith will turn to you, Murphy, and with the same soul-sucking, or I guess you didn't get hit by it. Knuckles got hit by it. It reaches out, and you think it might put both of its hands on your shoulders, just like it did to Knuckles. But instead it lays a cold, clammy visage of a hand on your cheek, fast as lightning, and is going to attempt to delve into your mind.
Well, yeah, have fun. Have fun in there.
And does a 15 hit.
Okay, so this is against evasion, so yes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so it flies into melee. Please describe a terrifying moment from Murphy's childhood.
Sure. The moment would have been a friend of his that he saved. He from a basically falling to their death. It was sort of when his magic was awakened, which is this terrible memory for him, because using the magic and not sort of shutting it down is sort of what ostracized him from his community. So this moment and using his magic to sort of shift the earth and save someone was both scary in the moment, but is also sort of racked with fear looking back at it, because it was the beginning of the end of his life at home.
Yeah. Okay. All right. You remember the wraith calls this image, this memory, to the forefront of your mind. You see your friend's face and take 17 damage.
That feels like a lot.
It is
Okay, so
indeed.
So armor in this case is spent. So I have 5 armor, so that means each use of the armor negates it by 5.
Correct.
Is that how that goes?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So I negate 15, and then I take 2. Is that right?
You absolutely can if you used all of your armor slots.
Yeah, why wouldn't I do that? I don't need that. Get that
sure.
armor out of here. No.
Okay.
I mean, it's either that or I don't use it and I'm dead.
That is fine.
I'll go ahead and use it.
Yeah.
That is fine. You wouldn't be dead. You would only take 3 HP. But
What do you mean?
so this damage is compared to your damage thresholds. So 15 would go, or sorry, 17 would go over severe, which means that you mark 3 HP.
Ah.
But if you spent
see.
all of them and only took 2, it would be below your minor threshold, meaning that you only take a stress, not even an HP.
So.
Alternatively, you could negate it down to major or down to minor, depending on how many armor slots you want to use.
I see. Yeah, okay, I'm good with that. So I take a stress instead of taking HP then, because I used all my armor. Got it.
Yeah.
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud. This memory does indeed stress you the fuck out. But you are not as physically racked by it as you might have been.
Okay.
And it is your turn again.
Well,
I mean, I'm still in the astral plane, essentially.
I was gonna say, well, let me hold on a second. Let me see if there's another.
Is there anything I can do to basically help while I'm here?
Not really.
Okay.
So what's the, and this is just again me being dumb. So I've got these. So I've got these domain effects.
Mm-hmm.
But I also have this like staff that I can just hit something with. I guess I don't really want to, but it is listed as magical.
Yeah, it does magical damage.
How do these things? Yeah, you just sort of attack. In this case, it's attacking like a magical attack, but using.
Yep. Yeah, it would
okay.
use your instinct, which is the same as your Rain of Blades.
I see, but in this case, well, the reason I was looking at it is because if that's it makes sense that that's the way that it works. I just keep rolling 2s for damage, whereas if I rolled a 2 for damage with my whacking in with my staff, I'd still have a +2 for the instinct on top of that. So no chance of only doing 2. Okay, I will Rain of Mud. No, I won't, because I don't have the hope for it.
And there's no like opportunity attacks or anything, so you don't need to worry about like getting close, or, like moving out of range or anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I think I need to back up in order to attack with chaos. I'll just hit him. I'll just hit him with the magical staff.
Okay. And I will just remind you on just targeting stuff. When the ancient skeletons hit the Whitefire Arcanist, the ritual ticked up.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
So that is a 14 with hope.
14 with hope, that hits.
To hit.
And gain
So
hope.
then it's one of these for damage. Okay, so 10 magical damage.
10 magical damage. Okay. That surprisingly did more than your Rain of Mud. Which seems
I know, that's why I'm using my magic stick now.
Completely incongruous to you. You know, that doesn't make any sense.
It's like I've been walking around with this thing. I forgot I had it.
As your staff passes through the wraith, where normal wood might have just gone through, you see as it makes contact, it almost react. Sparks flying off of the wraith's body as you attack with your staff. And that was with hope.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, so
cool.
I gained that.
So yeah, you're still good to go.
All right, I'm gonna hit him again.
Yeah.
Shit. That's a 6 with fear, so I missed.
A 6 with fear. Okay. Yep.
And fear means you go,
miss,
right?
And on a fail with fear, I believe you take a stress.
I love it. Bring it in. Stress. Boom. Okay.
Yeah. And
anything you go?
Yep, and then I go. And I am just going to spend 2 of the... I'm going to spend 2 of the tokens. I'm going to spend 2 of the tokens to gain a fear. And then I'm going to use said fear to summon more skeletons.
Yeah,
sorry,
we need more of those.
it's only spending 1 fear. But either way. So we will get some more skeletons in the mix.
Oh boy.
As they go up, and they barely even glance at you, Murphy. Their sunken, hollow eyes fixated on the Arcanist.
Yep, that makes sense.
And you could... Yeah. I believe if you got in the middle, you could hit all of them with Rain of Mud.
Yeah, as long as I'm close enough. As long as they're considered close range, I can hit as many people as are around me.
Yeah.
But so if you're done, that's all you're spending?
That's all I'm doing.
Or all you're doing?
That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Wacky stick again. That's a 21 with hope.
A 21 with hope on the wacky stick? That absolutely hits.
Yeah. 5
As
points
you,
of damage on that.
As you desperately attempt to free your friend from whatever magical funk he is under. You continue whacking away, and this wraith is looking rough. It is sputtering and barely clinging to life, but it locks its gaze on you right as it looks like the spark of life was about to fade, and the hate grows harder in its eyes as it clings on.
Good. That's okay. I still have this stick. So
More sticks.
swing
more
it again. Hey, look at that. That would be with hope a 23 to hit.
That hits.
Yeah. Why do I keep losing the D8? Like I just used it. Lamenting physical dice when you can just. That is a 9.
9. You see the hate in its eyes and decide to erase it as you absolutely take its ethereal head off. You thought that it would fade away like mist or vapor, but you see it hang around for a moment, rushing into Knuckles, and the light of sentience returns to his simian eyes. And you are
say welcome back. Also, got to go over here. Sorry.
You're good. Because I was also gonna go. I was gonna go over here.
Please,
here.
you first.
I was gonna go over here and rain of blades, all 3 of them. All four rather.
I was gonna say, this is. You're right. This is a much better spot to be in.
I'll go
and
there
the ritual
and
clock
try,
also ticks
a rain
down
of
when you
blades.
defeat the wraith.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah, we're at 5. Okay, well, let's hope this works. Rain of Blades it is. So hopefully all 4. That works. That's 18 with hope.
18 with hope absolutely hits all of them. Yeah.
Cool.
Kill,
Are
kill,
any
kill.
of them vulnerable, would you say?
No.
Okay, cool. In that case, then it's just
Actually,
a
Murphy
straight...
is vulnerable. I forgot about that.
Okay, well,
Oh no.
we're not hitting Murphy.
Well,
But we should be fine.
yeah, I think you get to choose your targets, right?
Yeah. We
Yes.
should be fine. That's 7 damage to all as another just rain of blades as I just swipe past all of them.
7 damage. You kill both of the skeletons harassing the Arcanist, and you put a significant dent in the other 2 as well.
Okay, cool.
But they continue to trudge forward, almost oblivious to your blades, poking out of their center.
Okay.
So,
You?
yeah, I was gonna say back to back here. I'll do the same thing but with mud.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I won't. At least it's
Oh,
with
no.
hope, but it's only a 6.
6 does not hit.
Yep.
So that is.
Wait, do I get hope for rolling hope or not if I miss?
You do get hope for rolling hope, no matter
You
what.
get hope.
Always get
Yeah.
hope for rolling hope.
You just don't succeed.
Gotcha. Well, that helps because it costs me 2 to do it, so then it adds 1 back for
Yeah.
1 anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to try? Just don't roll fear, right? That's all we gotta avoid.
Yeah.
Yeah, all you gotta do is not roll fear.
I will have another go at it, unless you want to
Please.
take some action turns. Game Master.
No, I don't I don't even have 2 fear. I guess I could get 2 fear, but nah. I'm good. Keep going.
Okay. Cool. In that case, then we shall do exactly the same thing again. Back to back, Rain of Blades.
Yeah.
Oh no, I can't. I've only got 1 hope.
Uh-oh.
I can't do that actually.
Oh no.
In that case, then let's.
Do you have a stick? I have
I
a
do
stick.
have a stick.
It works
I've
pretty
got
well.
a dagger. I've got a shortened stick.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna run up to there and get one of them with my dagger.
Okay. Go for it.
That's a critical. That's double sevens.
Okay. So that auto hits. You gain a hope.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
And roll for damage.
That'll be 15 physical.
15 physical. Okay.
On
You
this one here.
absolutely decimate this skeleton. You slice and dice him like a sushi chef. He is not even remotely okay. And you guys are still on the hope train.
Love it. Wait, what is my distance?
Either I stab this guy again, or I'll give you another shot. I'll stab this guy again.
Yeah, go for it.
To see. Don't screw me over. Ah, no. That's 20 with fear.
A 20 with fear. All right, so you hit. Definitely roll damage.
That's 5 damage. I'll take the rest.
5 damage. All right, you destroy that skeleton as well, back to back. You run in between them. However, seeing the plight that has befallen its allies, the wraith will rush up to you, Knuckles, and use 1 fear to make an attack roll against you.
Okay.
And it is going to roll a 9. Does that hit?
No, it does not.
That does not. It attempts to do the same memory delve as Murphy, but you're just a bit too quick, a bit too spry, a bit too wet for it. And
rogues are always closed off to stuff like that, you know.
Yeah. To revealing backstory, yeah.
They're all defensive, yeah.
Avoid any question.
And I am going to, so that took 1 action, or that took 1 token to do that, and then I'm going to spend another 2 to get another fear, and then I'm going to spend those 2 fear to summon more skelly bones.
Okay, we're only gonna get one more person.
Yeah. And they are immediately going to, seeing the opportunity coming behind Murphy. These seem to not be as single-minded, not as focused as the other ones, and they run up and attempt to slice at Murphy each individually.
I mean, they can try.
And they roll I believe that's a straight 8. Yeah, 8.
Nope. My evasion's 9.
Your evasion's 9. Okay, the other one does hit then. And they deal... I was about to roll 3d20. That's not right.
Holy.
Rolls 16 damage, and you are vulnerable.
Oh boy.
They
what does that mean?
You must make a successful action roll against the effect to end it. Against the effect. So I guess that would have been. I didn't let you know about that. If you want to try and end the effect from earlier, you can. Ryan.
What's the effect?
What
effect?
Vulnerable.
What?
I believe. All rolls against you have advantage. Oh, so I should have been taking advantage then. Well, that's fine. That's my mistake.
And that came from an effect that something gave me?
That came from the Wraith.
Oh, okay.
But that was an example of, like the minor illusion, me not reading the second sentence of the ability.
Sure. That's fair. Okay.
Yeah.
So how do I try to end it then?
You will make an ability roll, but since I didn't use it up until now, so
I was gonna say, yeah, okay.
when it goes back to you guys, we can look at that. So
Okay.
this does 16 damage.
Yeah. 16. Okay, got it. Severe 3 HP taken.
3
So I have
HP
no
taken.
armor.
And I'm tapped out.
Okay.
I feel like I was super effective against the Wraith. If you want to take these two out,
Yeah. If we switch positions.
I don't know. Yeah.
That would work.
Because I've got this big twig that seems to do wonders against him.
Yeah. I'll let you do your attack first, and I'll go
Okay.
on to these ones.
All right. That is a 16 with fear.
16 with fear. Okay, that hits.
Sucks that I rolled fear.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be. I'm gonna burn my. I'm gonna channel raw power. Get rid of Rain of Mud for the day because I got this stick now. So a total of 5 points of magic damage done.
Total of 5. Okay. Oh man, you rolled low. Wait. Doesn't channel?
It's a D8 plus the 2.
Add
Channel raw power
add
allows me
magic
to
damage. I see.
add equal to twice the level of the card that I'm getting rid of, but all of our cards are 1 level, so it's just 2 points. But
Gotcha.
I'll
Okay.
take it.
So yeah, you
Makes
you-
a damage roll of 3 a little bit. Actually, no, that's not true. A damage roll of 3 plus 2 magical. I forgot. Plus the 2, so it's not 5. It's 7.
7. Okay.
I forgot one of the plus 2s. Yeah, 7 total on that one.
Understood. The Wraith is still looking relatively bright, relatively healthy, relatively hateful, and yeah, it stares knowingly into your soul. You can try to end that vulnerability if you would like.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So
How do I? Is it just an ability?
You would, if the condition is affecting a player, they must make a successful action roll against the effect to end it. I'm going to call this a presence roll.
Okay.
It would contribute towards your tracker, though, if you wanted to do it. Oh, are they gone? Am I gone? Oh, no. Shit.
I can hear you and you can hear me. And then I
are
feel
we
confident
back?
about.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
They
think
just
it's. There you go.
Bump the
He's back.
cable again.
I'm back.
Ah.
I just moved ISPs and I was singing their praises. How dare that new one?
Oh no.
But
So I think I had just said 14 with hope is what I rolled.
14 with hope. I think that that would end it. Yeah.
Okay, so at least I'm not getting advantaged attacked or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did say that it would add a token to the turn order though.
That's fine.
That's fair.
Now you can attack and kill me, but without advantage.
Yeah.
You don't need advantage for what you're about to do.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. It is still your guys' turn because you rolled with hope.
No.
Well, I rolled hope
the
that
attack-
time, but the previous one was with fear.
The attack was with fear.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
I mean, I took the action that you gave me, but I you
Yeah.
know.
Oh, I
I was
forgot.
like, whatever. But
Okay.
technically, it's yours.
The upside to having 3 DMs in a call is everyone remembers the details.
Got it.
Exactly.
Notated in my mind.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to spend a fear to activate both of these ancient skeletons. They have sensed that they need to burn down you guys if they want to get to the Arcanist. Let's see if they hit. +0. That is... Oh, I'm rolling the dice. Oh, no. It's not going through. Am I still dropping frames? No.
Thinking, rolling.
OBS
maybe.
is thinking. I can roll it on here, I suppose. Oh, but it's only giving me duality dice. That's not what I want. Oh, there we go. 1d20. They rolled a 6. I don't think that passes your evasion, Knuckles.
No.
No, okay.
No.
Then the ancient skeletons, you dodge nimbly underneath them, and the Wraith is going to take one attack at the Arcanist, trying to delay whatever it is you all are doing.
Oh, damn.
It will roll a 1. It cannot connect with the Arcanist,
Pathetic.
and is feels absolutely pathetic. Feels down on itself, honestly, after that performance.
Yeah, do better, my friend.
Shameful.
Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Knuckles,
honestly.
you recognize the look on its face from earlier when you face planted. It looks exactly the same.
Yeah. I don't blame him.
All right, and it is your guys' go.
Oh, do I have hope? I
Please.
do have hope. In that case,
Do
then
it.
let's
Burn
do 2 hopes to hit the 2 near me with Rain of
Hey,
Blades.
you could also hit the Wraith if you wanted.
Right, if I'm in range, I can do.
You're in range.
Alright, just in range.
Just
Just
in
on 30
range.
feet. So we'll try and hit all 3. That's a crit success, both 2s.
Okay. Crit success, so gain a hope. Roll your dice and add 10.
That's that one there. That one there. That's a 10 on the die, so 20.
20 damage?
Thank
Holy
you.
shit.
20 magic damage as well, if it matters.
It does. As you
Good lord.
go ahead and describe how you end this combat.
I think it's the way I do it is very much I go to stab the 2 skeletons in the corner of my eye. I see the wraith, so I do sort of the swing that I've been doing the entire time, and almost like a smear frame in animation, just knives just fling out from 1, 2, 3, and on the 3rd one I do just let go of my dagger and it goes directly into the heart of the wraith.
Very nice. And as you do so, the magical arcane energy, it's seemingly from both the skeletons, from your magic that you have released, it all flows into the waiting maw of the Arcanist, who absorbs it all, letting out a shrill cry that the keystone has finally responded. Quickly, surround me. Oh wait, no, fuck. That's the intro. I was on the wrong speech. Damn.
Oh no.
All right, as you end all of this, the carriage comes falling to the ground as all of the energy that the Arcanist has been gathering flows and is charged into the keystone. All at once, a soundless eruption erupts from the Arcanist, dispelling the night. And for a moment, Murphy, you almost get your wish as the veil seems as bright as day before settling back down to normal dusk. The clearing is quiet. All right, and we all go back to the treehouse. Back inside the treehouse, not but an hour later, the keystone sits suspended carefully above a rumbling fire in the hearth. She said something about the arcane being cold. The Arcanist, who looks just a bit older than she did before, sits cross-legged in an overstuffed chair. There's an exhaustion in her voice as she speaks. You fought hard. I'm not surprised, of course. The king keeps good company. I'm very glad you were there. And she seems content to just sit in front of the fire with you. And she does inform you that she will take care of sending the keystone back to the king.
Oh, good. That's not. Oh, nice.
Well, that's a relief. That's yeah.
And gives you your reward in gold. I will say
At least a handful.
I will say a bag each.
Oh, look at that.
A bag and a handful. Man, we could buy so many things, I think, with that.
I think. No. And
By the way, bonus points for mentioning animation smear frames. That was awesome.
that was perfect.
I appreciate that reference.
Yeah. And there is a whole bitty bob about the adventures that you could go on after this. But for our purposes, you can either stay together, split up. It is up to you. Maybe we will someday hear of the continued adventures of of Knuckles and Murphy.
Yeah, that was fun. That was cool.
That was fun. Well, thank you for running it.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
I did not I think I lost some rules here and there, and I definitely think that I at some points forgot to count your tokens on the tracker, and at some points forgot to add them. Forgot to add and take away at certain points. I think it balanced out.
Blue, have you run the game? Have you run Daggerheart at all?
I haven't.
Okay.
I've watched the sort of the 2 Critical Role videos of how to run it, or how the basic rules, how to create a character, and then their one shot.
Yeah.
So I'm very much one from learning how to play. So hence why I sort of picked up on a few sort of like small bits.
Yeah.
And Jack, this was your first time running it, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Nice. How does running combat feel compared to other games? Because it seems like you were saying, like counting the tokens, keeping track of it feels like there's more to keep track of there.
Yeah. There was definitely more number crunching. To be fair, I think with the intention is supposed, with it having like a physical tracker and like a physical tokens. I think that it's like any time you guys did an ability, you would, contribute a token. So it would be easier to track. But hopefully that gets worked into some VTT. I know right now VTTs aren't allowed to like script anything. So I think once those are kind of built in, or maybe there's a better way to track it than what I did. But yeah, it did feel a little bit number crunchy. And that's why I think I missed it sometimes, because I would just forget to mark it when you guys did an action.
Well, and it feels like it's hard to, like, I'm just guessing because obviously I wasn't on your side of the table, so to speak, but it feels like your experience and ours is very on this side, and especially given I'm used primarily to like initiative based combat, it feels so floaty, or so like it's just like, okay, you go, I go, you go twice, I go twice, like there's nothing really to grab hold to, so it feels very kind of stark because you're doing math and keeping track of numbers to see what you can do, and then we're like, I don't know, do you want to go again? And you go again because I didn't roll bad. So
it is definitely very free form, and very on your guys' end, and very tracky on mine. Because it was very much like, oh, I have this many fear, I can do that. I have these many tokens from you guys going. It was. I was nervous about that astral push ability, and I think
That's a big one.
It would definitely
Yeah.
work, I think, with more players. But with only 2 players, one of the things I was curious about is, you know, with me only like basically earning turns when you guys take turns, I was like, oh, maybe it won't matter as much because I'm not actually like taking away any of their economy. But I did realize the feel of it was just, okay, Ryan, just like grind away at at this until we get back. So I think it can definitely work with 2, but that ability
That's fair.
specifically, I think I would have just avoided using it if I ran this again with 2.
Or tweak it.
Yeah, because there were plenty of other
Or-
abilities, like, you know, making you
Or at least
vulnerable.
have it. Yeah, or at least have it in a way of when they are in like the astral plane sort of thing, have them that they can interact with enemies, just not like to damage, but just more like annoyance stuff, like the writing in the mud.
Sure.
They're not just sat there.
Yeah.
Yeah, or even like assisting, like they can only help.
Yeah,
I
and
definitely
not
think,
actually take their own actions.
Yeah. I definitely think if I ran it again, I would target that at a player that had done a lot of stuff very recently. And so then that way it's like, okay, now we're transitioning over to the other players. And yeah, the only requirement is that some enemy died. So even if like some of the skeletons had died, it would have brought him back.
Oh,
I
didn't realize that.
Which, to be fair, you know, that information only got given to Blue, and I think he wrote a properly vague message in the dirt. So I think Murphy interpreted it just fine.
yeah. To be fair, yeah, there's not much. If the dead person can only get the information, there's not really any way to get across that information unless you do bend the rules like right in the mud. But there's only a certain extent.
How did you
That
guys?
Are you guys?
How'd you guys feel about the system on the whole?
I like the hope and fear stuff. I think that's quite a nice little. It encourages you to do things rather than because you get hope so much. It encourages you to do cooler stuff rather than having to stack all the hope up. Yeah.
I mean, it was literally like when Ryan got to 5 hope, he was like, "Ah, shit. Well, I might as well do something with it."
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I think it just makes me, and again, this is sort of on purpose on my part because I didn't do a lot of research about how it just, it feels like it would open up a lot more as you gained abilities that could benefit from that system.
Yeah.
I think I really only had one thing I could do that would really drain hope. You know.
Okay, the dog is back licking.
Same with stress. I don't think I had any abilities on my end that would use stress at all.
It definitely.
Well,
Yeah, it definitely seems like, because I mean, you can use hope for your experiences. So applying the experience or helping are decent, like kind of uses of hope that everyone always has access to. But it did definitely seem like, and this is, again, maybe on me, maybe like some parts of the rules that I'm forgetting, but it did seem like there wasn't like a lot of stress being applied. But also, you guys were just doing really well a lot of the time. Like, you guys didn't fail a lot, honestly. And you know, I did have sort of low DCs for a lot of it, but yeah.
Well, it's also, I mean, who knows how it all works out, like level 1 stuff, like,
certainly.
You know, especially with I have to imagine that the scale of difficulty when it's 2d12 is quite a bit different than even a single d20, right? Because
you're rolling in the middle a lot more.
10 feels low, but it's not. Like, yeah.
I mean, 10 is low of the midpoint. It's
but the thing is, you can get 10 multiple ways.
Yeah.
Right.
It's more likely to roll 10 than say higher up.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's definitely fun creating the doubling for crits is a fun mechanic. More so than just high numbers.
Yeah, which I'll have to see if I get the opportunity to play from it. That was something I was pretty nervous about. I thought that even on it would feel weird to crit on low numbers, but it didn't feel weird at all to you?
Not really, because
No.
All
again,
right.
it felt the same of getting two of the same. Feels sort of the same as getting an natural 20
That's good to
because
hear.
math
Yeah.
because mathematically speaking, that is the same. It is easier to get a number combined than it is to get two of the same. So it
Mhm.
feels the
Right.
same of getting one number on one die than both numbers on both dies.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It is interesting to have two sort of complementary but competing dice. I wonder if there's anything in the system that, or anything. I mean, obviously you could homebrew all sorts of stuff, but you know, it feels like there could be an element of adding and subtracting each other, not necessarily combining them every time. Like which rolls higher. Like it feels like there's a lot of things you could do with that
Yeah, because
mechanically.
there's the whole advantage disadvantage stuff. The advantage, you get a d6, you add that. Disadvantage is you roll a
Mhm.
d6 and you subtract it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, there
Which I
could
feel
be
like
it could be interesting for something like say like some sort of chaos bolt type spell for like the sorcerer. Maybe it
Yeah.
auto hits, but when you roll your duality, you subtract the fear from the hope and it does however much damage or it heals if it's negative. That could be
Well,
a little
yeah,
silly.
it'd be an interesting sort of balance system, right? Where you almost have like what's the most extreme, right? You could roll a 12 and a 1. So at an 11-point difference between the two, like that would represent, depending on how you want to do it, either like the most balanced or the most chaotic, and you could play with that
Yeah.
um,
There's definitely
result
ways
in
they could
different
work
ways.
that
But
into. I don't think there's any domain cards that pin or pit the duality dice against each other. There are some domain cards that change like your hope to a D20 rather than a D12.
oh,
Um
oh,
yeah.
dang.
But there are none, which I thought was, I don't know. I'm really interested to see it if I ever, have a chance to run with it, because it changes the likelihood of critting. It, like actually like lowers the likelihood of critting, but it way raises up the likelihood of rolling with hope. And it did
Interesting.
seem like, especially from my side, I was kind of like, I don't know about that. I do like basically nothing unless I spend fear to do so. If you guys don't roll fear, so I was like, oh, I don't know if increasing the hope die is worth it to like lower the chance to crit. After DMing it, it sure as hell felt like it would be worth it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Huh.
so that was very interesting.
but
Have you guys yeah, go ahead, Blue.
I was about to say it was just enjoyable to sort of to write. It seems easier to pick up on compared to sort of other RPGs like the just top of my head like Call of Cthulhu stuff. That's very intense. This seems very much an easy one to pick up, but you need to be comfortable as a role player to do sort of the collaborative stuff. I think I said this before, where I feel like for someone's first TTRPG, this might be a struggle trying to think of all the creative things and collaborative storytelling.
Yeah.
But to
Yeah.
move over from D&D to this seems relatively easy.
Yeah. I especially think from the player end. Like the player end, they really just took the shackles off. There is I definitely felt like, and maybe, I just have to get used to it. Maybe I'm just like used to running D&D combat, but it definitely to me felt more complicated on the DM side to run combat because I was constantly trying to figure out which adversaries should I activate, which ones would feel good to activate. And it's one of those like, I think there's like a high skill ceiling of like, I think if you were really used to Daggerheart and like you were really used to the system and everything was second nature to you and you weren't having to like constantly like second guess rules like I was, maybe there's a lot of like really cool opportunity there. But it definitely was, I feel like it was more work than a D&D combat on the DM end.
Are you guys familiar with it's a type of terrain that people will build. I think they typically call it like ultimate terrain, but it's basically like a circular board with just like concentric rings. I don't know if you've ever seen it depicted. It's like the Dungeon Craft YouTube channel. It's all about relative spacing of combat rather than grid based. Because honestly, playing this like 'cause it's basically if that comes through on the camera,
Yeah.
it's basically that idea of you're either close to something or far away from something. You could add other ranges. Honestly, doing the combat, this system is just begging for like abolish the grid, abolish any sort of measurement talk, and just are you in the close circle or are you in the outer ring to be far away or whatever relativity, and just leave it to that. Because I think mixing them makes it harder.
I thought about it a lot, especially in reference to this. I really hope that D20, because D20 has rings, like they have circles. They're called auras.
Okay.
But there's no way to like change the opacity on it, so it would have looked like this. I don't know if you guys can see that.
Oh, sure. I mean, the all the different platforms will have to catch up with that or like make that available. It seems like, and there are other systems that I think use this sort of more narrative based language, but I think
I think if
that would trip a lot of people up that aren't comfortable with making that switch.
I agree. I think if you had these rings, like if I could lower the opacity and only have it be like the outline of the circle, I would have put those circles on like every adversary, on you guys. And like honestly, the ranges would have gone so fast. Like I still think that they went relatively fast, but if you could get these concentric rings working on a VTT, I think it would go speedy.
Yeah, I think it just makes sense for people, right, to move from a zone to another zone, and you could figure out, maybe there's something even closer than close. I don't know. There's probably some way to melee close and then far. Okay.
Or melee.
So yeah,
melee very close, far very far.
Because melee, it's basically touch and distance, then close.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think I quite liked it. The combat lends more to sort of like teamwork stuff. I don't know how it would play about with sort of action turns. So like there was moments where we both moved at the same time, but then I let him attack first.
Right.
That landed on a fear, so I couldn't attack.
Yeah, it definitely.
Whether it be we both attack, and if any of us does a fear, then it's.
Well, and what's your interpretation then, or maybe it's clear somewhere and I just haven't read it, of it feels like there's a fuzziness around when it's player turns, kind of what you're saying. I was thinking about with movement, where I can move less than 30 feet for free, but if I'm moving farther than that, I have to roll. But couldn't I just move 20 feet, you take your turn, and then I move 20 feet? Like, couldn't you cheese that a little bit?
Yeah.
I think
you
without that clear line.
I think when you're moving
them.
for that free movement, you have to also like do an action, essentially.
You have to pick an action to go with that to attach
There was
it.
also a thing of you don't actually have to do an action because it won't give an action token. So there is the whole thing of, and in some scenarios, the best thing to do is to do nothing.
Yeah. So maybe that is the thing of like you can move for free, but then someone else would have to take an action, which might roll fear and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and part of this too is like it's also like our my 6-second brain. It's about dissolving that and understanding what's really happening now.
Yeah.
It's gridless space technically, and also kind of timeless time. Like trying to figure out what that or trying to understand those in a different way. It's interesting.
I definitely, I definitely go back.
There's something
to,
there.
Like,
I just
it could be really cool if I was really good at it, but I definitely felt like I was worried.
I don't think you did a bad job at all.
I think you did a great job for first time running a system.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I
think
within my own head, I felt myself getting tripped up by like exactly what you're talking about of like the timeless time, who's going.
I think the way to sort of see it, I think in my head, is the way to use, especially if you're gonna use fear to have an action, is use it almost like legendary actions.
Yeah.
So in a
Yeah.
way, there is a set order, and you can just jump in at any point rather than just free for all.
Mm-hmm.
There
Right.
is something there. I think there are quirks and bits, but it's doable. I think it'll be fun, and
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to more stuff doing it. I'm looking forward to doing more games in it, actually.
Yeah. I agree. I agree. I think the thing that I will look at for the future is especially like the ranges, like potentially. I debated having like a literal object in the game that you guys could like rotate, that I would be like, this is the far range object, this is the close range object, that was like a measurement kind of thing that you could just float around.
Right.
So I debated about that. And then I think I might take another look at using or not using the turn tracker, because it definitely felt like more bookkeeping. Maybe the answer is I just need to insist that you guys modify your own thing. But it felt very disconnected. It felt like very like non-visceral of like these numbers are counting up and down, and was that the number that was just there, or what is it like?
I could see that being, assuming that you're talking about like, because I, to be honest, ignored most of that and just waited until it was like, oh, it's clearly like our turn or your turn or whatever.
Yeah.
Like rolling fear, triggering your turn, that makes sense. It could also be one of those things that is really easy to understand physically if you're together playing, but very difficult online, because I would imagine just like having some sort of token where it's like, oh, I'm acting, so I'm going to throw this into the pool.
I
would
agree.
Be super clear, but that's really difficult without a very clear idea of it. You know,
I absolutely.
I'm surprised it doesn't act more as like a dice pool rather than like this idea of a token and what that means. It feels like it could be. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't know how much you wanted to like muse about this stuff after it's interesting stuff to think about.
No, I think the music.
To be fair, I would love to muse more, but it's currently 20 plus 10, and I need food.
Fair enough.
So I'm gonna bounce.
Good game.
But I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Yeah.
If you want to do another one, I'm more than down to do another little one shot like that.
That was
maybe
that
even
was
just
fun.
like a mini campaign.
Anytime. That'd be fun.
If you want one of us to DM as well, you're more than welcome, and give you a chance of playing.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah. I have famously said that I never want to create an actual play, but this is a lot of fun. So maybe, I don't know, we'll see.
Right, I'm gonna go get some food. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. It's been a pleasure playing with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Everybody
You
go
too.
check out Blue on all socials. ThatBlueHairedDM. Primarily on TikTok and Instagram, but going on to other things like Twitch and YouTube.
Yes, when I have the time, I shall.
And is it the same handle everywhere?
Same handle everywhere, luckily. It's quite a unique username, which is quite nice.
Perfect. All right, sounds good. Thank you for joining, Blue.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
See you, Blue.
Peace.
If you find somebody with green hair, red hair, you know you're in the wrong place. You're
Exactly.
looking for that blue hair. That is key.
It's very key. Yeah.
So this is the first time that you have run a game on your channel, right?
Yeah, this is the first kind of example, I guess, of me DMing. Yeah, which I was nervous about, mostly because I think it just heightened my fear of running a new system. But I think that's also okay.
Yeah, well, it seems like it helped. Looked like some folks in chat were getting a lot out of it and taking their own notes for their on games. So that's pretty cool.
Oh,
sounds like it's gonna be helpful all
really
around.
Good.
Awesome. Well, thanks for the invite.
Yeah, no problem. I was. Oh my gosh, yeah, you were in chat. I was like, there was so much to think about. I was like, I can't even like have chat even in my peripheral.
Totally.
Because I'll want to read it. I'll get distracted. But no, that was.
It seems like the bulk of it is all the bulk of the change is really in combat. Everywhere else, it's pretty much it's RPG time, and then you just tweak what to roll.
Yeah.
But it's really in combat where everything kind of changes up.
I would say that the thing that was, I don't know if it was necessarily underutilized, but I feel like the experiences, the more used to the systems that people get, the more the experiences will kind of lend, especially to the out-of-combat stuff, and make it feel maybe a little bit different. But yeah, other than that, it's like, okay, I built a little dice pool. Like, I roll it. Do I succeed? Yeah. The
Yeah, I love that those are free form right now. I hope they stick with that because I think that's an interesting, just sort of embracing that these experiences can be whatever, assuming that it's in the right, I guess the right level. You don't want, it has to be an actual experience that's tied to a background thing.
yeah.
But letting that be really freeform for players, I think is really cool.
Yeah.
Provides a lot of versatility to the game.
I agree. I'm definitely curious about how it will evolve. I do think, and this may be getting a little bit too into the weeds, but I do think that I liked the first combat, even though it was supposed to be like distinctly easier. Like, I don't think that the second combat was like for me because it was hard. It just felt like it drug a little bit. Like, I think that there was an interesting sort of mechanic there of like, that gimmick of like kind of the tug of war clock and what have you. But maybe it was just because I'm inexperienced at running combat in Daggerheart. But I think I was missing a little bit of something. I think maybe distinctly because it was a white room terrain combat. And like that was like built into, the playtest. I guess they didn't say that the open veil was distinctly flat how I described it, but the way that I described it was very much my mental understanding of it.
It seems like it's very much kind of bare bones as they designed it, but it's also like, yes, first time for pretty much all of us playing it, but also like it's a 2-player party, which is really strange. Like nothing that because this is sort of the playtest adventure, right? This is the one shot for. So there's no shot that any of this stuff was thought through with 2 players in the mix. It's going to be at minimum 3, probably 4 or 5, typically.
They have recommended counts, and it does technically say 3 to 5. And my interpretation, or 3 to 6, and my interpretation was that included the DM.
It could be,
but I definitely, even though I think that the combat, I did not like modify anything about that combat to like make it work for 2 players. So like the balance definitely felt like it didn't actually change that much depending on the player count.
Right.
But the feel of the combat, I think, changed substantially because of the kind of back and forth nature. And I wanted to test the fucking ghost punch your soul out. I wanted to test it, but in retrospect, I would not have used it.
Well, it's interesting. Like, and I haven't taken a look. It'd be interesting to see like their kind of first draft of a lot of these abilities and spells or domains or whatever's called, because that kind of stuff has always been like, because that kind of stuff is present in other game systems too, and it always seems like half of a really good idea, right? Where it's like, you do want this experience, but then you go, wait, the back half of this, even if there's 4 or 5 players, that player's just sort of waiting. And it's like, well, that's no fun.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, what if they now are forced into assisting roles, right? Like, there's probably a way to twist that where it's like, now there's something interesting. It changes how they play, but they can still play.
Yeah.
Without it just seeming like a dead end.
Yeah. I don't.
That's not on you. That's like a design thing, I think.
Well, and I wanted to test it to see how it would feel. But yeah, it's learning. And I mean, the whole beta is learning, and it's feeling it out, and it's thinking about it. Yeah, I definitely, and also the very soft magic. That like some of that was made up by me. Most of it that the Arcanist did was from the adventure itself. Which I think makes sense. Like, the assumption is that the domain cards that you guys can see are not all of the abilities that exist within the world.
Of course. Yeah.
So it was definitely interesting. It's a much, in general, it's a much softer system, which I think is cool. But I also think that those types of soft systems, like I think about like Avatar isn't that hard of Magic, but I think about like Avatar versus something like Lord of the Rings. Like I think Avatar can sometimes fall back on its magic to be interesting. Like I think about, I mean, spoilers for a TV show that came out in like 2005 again. But I think about like the bloodbending. That is like just like using the magic to drive a story and to drive a plot. And I think sometimes you can kind of do that in D&D, like pretty easily. Like you can pick like a spell in D&D and like make a whole plot around that, like Simulacrum or something. Whereas Lord of the Rings, magic is so soft, it really relies on its story. The magic is just there to support the story that exists around it. And I got a skosh of that feeling, like when you guys were like, "Well, why do you need us to come with you to the Arcanist?"
Yeah,
like you seem
that was
pretty
a little
powerful.
bit of like that was a little bit of just like meta trolling you, because how can we help but call that out, because it's such a trope. But
but it I think it when you have that sort of softer magic, that sort of feeling is evoked of like, well,
sure,
what are the guide rails? Like why can't you just pop it in? And as a DM, as players, you have to make narrative sense out of that.
For sure.
So it definitely feels like there's more that you have to do. There's more that you have to drive when it comes to the story, I think on both ends. Especially when like one of the attacks in combat is like, describe a terrible memory. and so it's very, I really feel like if I was really experienced in the system, I feel like some pretty high heights it could reach because of that. And I don't remember what it felt like to start DMing at this point, but I do feel like this would almost be more intimidating to me if I was like first starting out.
There is, and trying to couch this in, obviously, like my primary experience isn't even right now with like lots of different systems. There's stuff that I want to try, but I don't have a ton of experience firsthand. But there are a lot of sort of dials and switches that are sort of baked into how all this works. There's a lot, this goes up, now this goes down, now spend this to gain this, now okay, does this hit you? Okay, if it hits you, then now we cut this against the armor, but that's another meter, right? And then there you end up with a number, but now that gets cut against another set of numbers. It's like there is and each one of those allows for depth later, right? Each one of those is a place that can be expanded, and all these nuances and things can be drawn out. But it's some stuff. It's a lot to kind of follow through. I think without, like, Demiplane does a really good job. Here's the ad part of your show, right? But Demiplane, honestly, with that, like, it's simple enough to use. Without that, I'm not sure I'd be able to track a lot of this stuff. At least the first time playing, I'd be kind of lost.
I fully agree. Demiplane, hit me up. I would love it. But it's
there you go,
dude.
This is the proactive ad.
I think that the part of this beta that has been most impressed upon me is that Demiplane rocks. Demiplane is super nice. That's my largest.
Do you think that? Do you think that? Man, I'm not sure that anything can beat the standard 6 abilities. You know what I mean? It's kind of a trick to, like, I mean, strength is in there, I guess, right? But it's like switching to like finesse, instinct, presence, like these are tricky to adjust to.
Yeah, essentially taking out con. I like
taking out con and dropping obviously skills entirely, right? Like
dropping
skills are much
skills.
more nebulous. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
It's probably good.
I'm a little bit more used to it because of the my BitD experience.
Okay.
But BitD kind of cuts a line where
That's Blades in the Dark, right?
yes, Blades in the Dark.
Okay. Sorry.
Blades in the Dark has
Wonder.
3 abilities total.
Mhm.
And then each of those, if I remember right, has 4 skills.
Mhm.
So it's far less skills than D&D, or it's not far less, but it's less skills than D&D, less abilities than D&D. So I'm used to, I think I'm a little bit more used to that, like kind of cutting down aspect. And I think
Makes
that
sense.
what I really want to test now is how this progresses. Because the
Yeah.
leveling up, the only thing you get for free, the only thing that just happens is that your severe damage threshold increases. Everything else, you basically get like 2 upgrade like points every level. Everything else you have to spend a point on.
How? Okay. Gotcha.
So
How often? Because I know that. I don't know if how deep you've looked into it. How often do you add experiences
you have to spend an upgrade
to?
point on it.
Right. But that option is available like at any level up.
I would have to check. I can check
Because
very,
to
very
me
quick.
that's the part that I find most intriguing about this whole system. Actually, it's really like rolling 2 dice is novel and
Mm-hmm.
all the mechanics that could come with that. But to me, like if there's one piece of this that I will probably steal, like even if I never come back to this system at all,
Yeah.
the concept of experiences being a blank space that you justify on your own, that being a score that you carry with you and can use to justify all sorts of things, and then every level up getting to either add to one of those things or justify a new one based on the story. Like
Yeah. So
that's pretty slick.
I was
I like that
slightly
idea.
wrong about the things that you get for free. So
Okay.
from levels 2 to 4, your severe
Yeah.
damage threshold increases by 2, and you get a new domain card.
Okay.
That's
You do
levels.
get something for free. Yeah.
Yeah, levels 2, 3, and 4, you just get those. At level
Okay.
2, you take an additional experience.
Okay.
And so the game is sort of, and I'll share my screen over to you.
Okay.
So this is the Bard level up JPEG, and I'll show it on stream. Oh, my camera's in the way. Get out of here, Mega.
Yeah.
So can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
So there are sort of these 3 tiers of play. There's like low level, mid level, high level. At each new tier, you gain an additional experience. And then within the tiers, on a level up, you can increase 2 of your experiences by +1.
Yeah, because and the reason I ask, and this has sort of been in the back of my mind for a while now, is the idea of in my game of choice for now being 5e, like the idea of skills, certainly experiences, something that allows like the players to sort of choose their set and then add to it freeform over time. Like I would want it more aggressive than every tier. But I also look at this. Do they have anything about like recommended about the like how often you level?
I don't believe so. I will say
which
max,
is, I mean, obviously you always do it whenever you want.
max level is 10.
I
But
would assume based on
it is definitely, and I mean the experiences I think are sort of meant to be like big pillars sort of your personality.
Sure.
So I think it's meant to be like over this tier you have gained, you've like this is how your character is developed.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I like the concept for sure.
Yeah.
I want to explore it more.
Yeah. I think the level up system is interesting. Especially I think the multi-classing is very interesting. Basically you can either upgrade your subclass or multi-class.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. And I like you were kind of talking about like as there seems to be like a lot of levers you can pull. I think I like the
For sure.
aspect that you can't pull all of them. It's basically impossible.
Well, that's the interesting thing is that they're there, but they don't. If you're what you're saying, if they don't, if they aren't modified through the leveling up, maybe through items or maybe through other things, but it feels like if you're putting a number there, it's to manipulate it somehow.
Well,
and
so
if not, why have it there?
the things that we were talking about before, the things you get for free.
Yeah.
So then, like at levels like 2 through 4, you gain 2 available options. So you get to check 2 of the boxes. And so, you know, in total, you'll get 6 boxes filled. And that's
Gotcha.
6 out of 10. So you'll get you'll get quite a few of them, but not all of them. And so like, yeah, but these are all like permanently add a hit point slot, permanently add a stress slot, increase your proficiency, increase your major damage threshold. So and then, you know, you can see there more slots get added as the levels go up, but you don't get more points to spend every level. So as you keep going up through the tiers, you start to be able to get less and less of the things.
When I think, and that's the part on the damage piece, the thing that I'd want to think, I'd have to think about this a lot more because, like I said, it feels like when it's like I guess the type of army you have, each slot, you know, the 3 slots, which it doesn't look like ever changes. You know, you can negate that much damage, and then it moves down to minor, major, and severe damage. And those are all kind of arbitrarily scored. And so it makes sense that it's fun to roll for damage, but if this is coming from a DM, it almost feels like these things should be like, if ultimately what I'm moving is dots from 1 to 3 and then dots from 1 to 6, like these numbers could all be a lot smaller. Maybe these blocks represent just concepts of like, is it minor, major, or severe? And maybe that doesn't even need to be tracked to numbers, because I feel like that translation from numbers to then checkboxes is where things seem more cumbersome than they really are. But like I said, I need to think more about that. It's an interesting take on, you know, armor and damage and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a very interesting cut between it, because it's like, yeah, like Blades in the Dark is, I think, more rules light than this, and Blades just has an abstract wound system of like, you have a level, like you can have 2 level 1 wounds, 2 level 2 wounds, and 2 level 3 wounds, and if you take something above a level 3, then you die. So it's a very
like the idea of using armor and then repairing armor, I really like, because that provides something to manage around armor, because that feels otherwise it can sort of feel like a dead thing that you're not actually investing in. And even like increasing armor like that, like I'd be more interested in, now that I think about it, expanding on the armor, like that being something that you could invest in and expand, and maybe it even like you can go to those max number of slots and even one beyond, but then it's destroyed.
That could be interesting for some armor
like
sets,
investing more in that, and then it's, I think it maybe so it's the hit points and stress is what I need to understand more, because that's the part that I think I stumble on a little bit. But
yeah, the thresholds. The thresholds are very interesting also because the thresholds are different for each class. So the damage
which
threshold,
makes sense,
like, coupled with the
cool
evasion is like how defensive you are, you know. So like the Guardian class has the highest damage thresholds out of any class. So but they have really low evasion. So they're getting hit more often, but they're not taking as much HP from each hit, which I think is evocative to like a Guardian tank paladin type of feel.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah. And I think that there's a lot of interesting stuff around the armor, especially given that other players can repair your armor.
Yeah, like that all is cool.
Yeah. And you can increase
like
the amount of armor slots you have. Better armor ups your number. I think the actual armor choices are also interesting, because the higher armor numbers start to give negatives towards other things like agility rolls.
Well, and the what's what are they considered? They're like, it's not like a specialty, but like the class stuff, like I'm Arcana and Midnight,
Oh, the
and
domains.
the Rogue was something else, but also Midnight. Like the
Yeah.
domains crossing over is a neat concept. I think is another one of those things that would probably prove out and be more interesting over time. I think initially, it's like probably if Blue and I would have noticed that we kind of had the same thing, we might have changed it up.
Yeah,
right?
having both of
because
you
we
on,
ultimately had
ranged
like
blades. Yeah.
the one same attack where it's like bummer, but I think like with a larger group, and especially as people choose different things and change out domain cards over time, it would be no big deal.
Yeah.
And provide a lot of depth to the characters. But
yeah, I totally agree. And when you multi-class, you get to there are like certain like multi-class abilities that you get, but then you get to pick one of that class's domains, and every time you level up from then on, you can choose out of that third domain if you want. So you have 3 domain decks to choose from, which I thought was
so lots of choices, lots of depth.
Yeah, I thought that was a really
awesome.
interesting way to do multi-classing.
Well, thanks for the introduction and your patience and introducing me to Daggerheart. Since I did 0 homework, I did paint a mini for the event.
Well, that's very.
But I didn't do any homework, so
that's very on brand.
Exactly. Focus on this stuff. Yeah, and not do any studying apart from thinking about the character.
No, that's I
cool.
think that was it ran really well. I think I had a lot of fun, and shout yourself out again. It's RyanImelDM.
Yep. Yeah. I am all over the place. Talking, being a DM, good deal of crafting in there, but not just strictly. I think the thing when it comes to crafting with gaming is I don't really like it just for its own sake. I'm usually making something. If I'm making a video about something, it's because I just used it in my game, and I'm excited to talk about it. So, yeah. Well, it's tied to gameplay. I don't do a whole lot of crafting outside of that, but
you have a lot of really
thanks for
cool,
inviting me on.
Puzzle pieces and quest items that you've crafted.
I think
do
a bunch of that.
Is really cool.
The quests, the notice board is neat, and I like to make puzzle props and like just things to drive my players nuts. But
sounds
fun.
Good. Well, thank you for joining.
All right, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Catch you next time.
Have a good one.
You too.
All right. That is about it. Whew. I'm tired. Are you guys tired? That was a lot of fun. I sort of said it. Yeah, peace out, Ryan. See you later. Yeah, I sort of said it there. I need to rethink the action tracker. It was, even though the actual like the literal like entering in of numbers was easy enough, it was so non-visceral that I kept forgetting if I had ticked up the action tracker or not, or if I had ticked down the action tracker. So I feel like there were multiple times where like I did something without taking out of the action tracker, or they did something without me ticking it up. And given that is like, that system is like responsible for like keeping the entire balance of everything in check, I need a better way, a more visceral way to manage it. But that was the part that felt, I think, the most cumbersome. Otherwise, felt very slick. Felt very, very slick. I liked I think that like the rolling with fear, the rolling with hope, like succeeding or failing to different degrees, felt good. Yeah, I think all of it, my big takeaway was like, oh man, I feel like I could have done more. Not in like I did so bad, but I think I did fine. But I think that I feel a much higher range of possibilities. Like, it feels like if I have the will and the creativity, and I put in the effort, there is a very high level of possibility with this system compared to something like D&D. I think D&D also, I mean, TTRPGs famously have a very high level of possibility. You know, you can do anything. But definitely the, like, you can do anything feel, I think, is a little bit more present in Daggerheart than D&D. While still having a lot of, like, visceral number crunch. Right, like even Ryan was talking about, like, you know, the damage into the thresholds, like, you know, there's a lot of, like, kind of conversion down the pipe. But I think that if you're into that, like, you're really into seeing number go up, I think the Daggerheart still very much has a place for you, while also opening up a lot of narrative potential. But by the same token, all of that narrative potential are all ways that the system is not helping you. Like, the less rules and restrictions, the less rigid it is, the more you have to do. And the more that the feeling is more, like, directly on you as the DM. Because I was feeling that last combat slow down so much towards the end. And when Knuckles was ghost punched, to me it felt so much more drag-y than D&D, because it was just like, yep, just go again. Like, if, like, when Ryan was the only one, when now I keep wanting to say Hugh. I wanted to say Hugh the entire game, and that is not Ryan's character's name. It is not Hugh. It is. Oh, did I? Oh, I closed out of their character sheet. It was something else. But when it was only Ryan's character, you know, going, when he was just like hit, you know, when he was just trying to, like, burn down the Wraith, you have to go through that process, because if any of the rolls, like, I can't have him roll like 3d20, you know, or fucking 6d12, you know, like 3 sets of 2d12. I can't have him roll those all at once. Murphy, thank you, it was Murphy. I can't have him roll like 3 attacks, you know, just boom, 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 boom. I can't speed that up. We have to see the result of every single attack in case he rolls with fear. So, and I have to count all of them on the action tracker. So, like, each individual action is very important. And Ryan said it, you know, as the levels go up, there will be more interesting things that can happen. But it sort of took a similar feel of, like, sometimes there's a feel in D&D of, like, the marshal is like, all right, barbarian, like, what do you do on your turn? And it's like, well, I guess I swing my axe. Like, that's like a very common feeling, I think, in D&D, but there's a lot in between that breaks it up. Whereas in this, and it was also, I think, a particular facet of the number of players that were left. Like, the fact that I took it from 2 players to 1 player, that repetition was much more apparent. Of just like, well, I just hit him, and I hit him over and over and over because I keep rolling hope. So I felt like that part drug slightly from my perspective. It seemed awesome as a watcher, but I know as a DM and player, being stopped can suddenly throw you off a bit. I'm glad it seemed awesome as a watcher. That's sick to hear. That's really cool to hear. Yeah, it was just, I was suddenly, the pace of the combat is so, I mean, it's definitionally like asynchronous. Like, it is not static. It's very fluid, very, I think Ryan used the word floaty. Like, you never really know how much time you have, which is, again, part of this big feeling that I'm having right now of, like, if I was able to more deftly control that, there are so many possibilities that you have there. Like, there are so many possibilities for you as a DM if you have the freedom to, you know, have these adversaries go, but not these ones. There's so much freedom and possibility there. But in practice, especially when I was learning it and I was trying to make sure I didn't forget any of the rules, it was definitely an added layer. It was like taking away complexity, added mental complexity. And I feel like once it's second nature, that will be really cool. There's so many options there. There's so much flexibility. But right now, all of that flexibility was kind of overwhelming as a DM. To be like, well, which adversaries do I activate this turn? I only want to activate, like, I only want to spend out 2 tokens. You know, do I do their thing? Do I do their thing with fear? Like, there's just a lot going on, which is very cool. It's very cool, but it's definitely, it was a bit overwhelming of, like, I have to, every time I'm trying to think about, like, what's the strategy going to be this turn, rather than just being like, okay, like, I know that they have a turn coming up, like, this is what I'm going to do for their turn. There's a question of, are they even going to have a turn? And how soon is that going to be? So yeah, very interesting. I really liked the Thistlefolk encounter. The Thistlefolk encounter felt good. It still didn't feel quite how I pictured it. Like going down, like how I had fishbowled it in my head. And I think it was possibly, I think that was much more of like, you know, not only am I new to the system, that was within the first like 20 minutes of me running. So I was still very much getting used to everything, and the players were getting used to everything. I definitely think that there's more I could have done there to make it even more interesting. But I felt like, from my perspective, I felt good about the way it ran. The ghost encounter less so. The ghost encounter less so. I think there was also the tug of war aspect was definitely an interesting gimmick. And I think it's an interesting way to introduce players and GMs to clocks. Or whatever they call it in this, countdowns. An interesting way to introduce them to countdowns. But it did, I think it added to maybe the, to the nebulous nature of it. And I know it was, I think someone commented that it was, and this is actually when I think I minimized the chat, because I was like, I can't look at the chat. How the rules were like not super clear on whether or not you should, or the adventure, on whether or not you should explain the timer to the players. I am very glad that I did. I feel like if I had not, that encounter could have had a very never-ending feel, which, especially for 2 players with the ghost punch, I think could have it really reinforced the grindy nature. So for that specific thing, I'm glad I called it out. If I had 4 or 5 players, I don't know if I would have. I don't know. I might have kept it a little bit more story-based, like within the narrative. Yeah. Because especially the thing that I really realized with 2 players, especially with 2 players, but just like with less players in general, and this goes for D&D as well, but there's so much more weight on each player's shoulder. Like, they have to constantly find shit to do. They have to find shit to say and to think about and to act on. Whereas when you have 5, sometimes you as a player can just be silent if you don't have anything in particular that you want to do. And with the nebulous nature of the turns with the action tracker, it puts even more weight on their shoulders because they don't have this natural pacing of, oh, I went, now it's the other player's turn, now it's enemy 1's turn, now it's enemy 2's turn, now it's my turn again. With this, it was like, oh, I rolled hope. We have to redecide who's doing what. Like, we have to redecide. Or if they have a plan, like Blue mentioned, like, oh, like we made a plan, but then we rolled with fear, so it got interrupted. I think that is a cool facet. Like the fact that, like, I think that's like kind of evocative of a natural combat type feel of like you make a plan and then it gets interrupted by enemy action. Like, I think that's interesting. But especially with 2 players, it was so much on their head of what am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? But also I might not get to do it. I think it's cool. Plans can be interrupted when things go wrong. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very evocative. Like, I think that's a strength. But I am realizing very, very heavily that having less players, like I've talked about how like my preferred amount of players to run with in D&D is 3. I don't know if that'll be the same case in Daggerheart. I think I might want more players. Not only from a variety setup, but from a there is so with how soft the system is, with how flexible it is, only having 2 really put a lot of weight on their shoulders that they had to carry. And they had to constantly, with the, much more vague whose turn is it sort of thing, they had to really constantly come up with shit. Which I think could exacerbate certain problems in like DMing style. Not to say that I think I like made a mistake necessarily, but like if I like in the adventure, it was like, hey, don't ghost punch out too many people. If I wouldn't have read that, if I like make a mistake as a DM, there are so many less heads in the room thinking about it. Like, even like Ryan, I think made a very reasonable interpretation of like, I need to kill the Wraith, not just, any enemy, any skeleton. But if there were more players in the room, someone might have kind of caught the, I'll go kill the skeletons. Or it might just have been like not so committal, because like when Ryan was the only player, when he did something, like he committed to killing the Wraith, that's all that happened for the next segment. And I think that problem, that like problem of like accidental committal would be much less pronounced the more players you had. And even if you had, 3 players total, one of them gets ghost punched, you could still have that problem of like hyper focus, or like, 2 players maybe not realizing. It just gets less and less likely that you'll have that hyper focus problem. The more players you have, which is very interesting. It's very, very interesting. It's like it made a slight mistake or mistiming the plan, so it messed up. I agree, Deadly. I think I think it's really interesting. It's definitely more work on the GM end, but honestly not that much more, especially if I was as familiar with the system as I am with D&D. It's not that much more work for the amount of, like, I think potential it has. Like, I think the potential to work ratio is good. I think it's a good ratio. But the 2 players was definitely interesting. As someone who gets bored in combat, I like the combat here. That's dope. I'm very glad. I think the push and pull nature of it can also, like, you know, I was kind of saying that, like, you know, it can get stale. But I think that the push and pull nature can also keep it very fresh. Of you don't know what to expect every turn. Every turn is like a surprise of, like, what will happen next. There's a very, like, on the edge of your seat feeling. But I definitely think it takes more skill. Or not skill maybe, but experience to run. With more players, the hyper focus will defeat the target as well. To a degree, I think they might defeat the enemy more quickly. You know, we say quickly, quote unquote. To a degree, they would do it more quickly, but they're still spending those tokens, right? Like, I think Ryan hit it 3 times, so that's 3 tokens. Wouldn't matter if you had Ryan hit it 3 times or 3 different players hit it 1 time. To the DM perspective, those are 3 tokens, regardless. So the aspect of quickness isn't necessarily, I don't know if it's as much of a factor, but the flexibility in their moves that they would have, the ability to do the right thing at the right time, I do think would be a factor. Like, I definitely felt the lack of flexibility, and it was also partially probably because they both took Rain of Blades, which is something I should have noticed. They both sent me their player sheets. I should have messaged them and be like, hey, someone should probably pick a new domain card. Like, that's on them. It's also on me, because yeah. But I think it went fine. Like, I think it turned out fine. But having more players would definitely open up the possibilities. But overall, I feel very optimistic about it. I definitely think that it allows for much more narrative combat. Like, if I had gotten to construct that combat from the ground up, like, the possibilities are fucking endless of like the cool shit I feel like you could do. I really like having fear as, like, a common resource as a GM. I liked fear a lot more than I liked the action tokens. Fear felt great. Of, like, having this common pool of resources that I could do to both do essentially lair actions, to jump in early, to do upgraded attacks. Fear felt fantastic as a DM. I loved it because I think it really, for a DM trying to construct an interesting combat, I think that it provides a really nice lever that you can use when designing your combats. Because, like, if I'm constructing a combat in D&D and I want, like, a lair action, like, I have to make sure that lair action is not too powerful, or I have to make sure that it's on some sort of recharge. Like, I have to do a lot of legwork towards making sure that it's not too powerful within this context and yada, yada, yada. Same thing with all enemy abilities. Like, if I'm going to have an enemy ability be an action, they get a fucking action every turn. And so you have recharge, but I also don't really love recharge because it's so random. And so it's very fluid. Like I can't make those recharge abilities honestly too good. Whereas this, all I have to do is pick the right number of fear. Like I can hold up to 10 fear. So like I can make any ability, any lair action, I just have to choose the right fear value. So I it's sort of like how I feel about charges in on D&D items, you know? So I really, really like that from the perspective of being able to make cool and interesting combats. Is I think fear gives you a good baseline. And since you're using it for everything, you can put multiple cool things into a scene. So like I can put like here's kind of an example. I think it's hard in D&D to put super like an enemy with a cool and interesting and powerful ability in the same scene where you have an interesting and cool and powerful lair action, right? Like they really enhance each other a lot. But because in Daggerheart they use the same resource pool, they use that fear resource pool commonly, you can put them in the same scene without worrying that it's going to debalance the scene. Like if you can make them totally separately even. So like you can slot your cool adversaries into any combat regardless of its construction, regardless of its lair actions, whatever. And because they use that common fear of that common pool of fear, you don't have to worry about them destabilizing each other. So I'm big fan of fear so far. Less of a fan of the action tracker, but I think if I had a better way to do it, it would be better. How was the general role playing? I only really caught the combat stuff. Honestly, didn't feel too different from D&D. Honestly, and that is to say, like, you know, they're still learning the system. I'm still learning the system. We were trying to keep rules in mind. You know, we weren't probably utilizing the role play to its maximum potential. And you know, this is just kind of a thing, especially in one shots, of there's just kind of inherently, I think, less investment. Like they didn't care about Hush. You know, like they cared to a general degree, but they weren't like, oh man, like this thing is really going to be useful later, or like, oh, I wonder if that was like a clue for like a later session. You know, so I think that the level of investment in the role play was a little bit lower than it would have been in a campaign. But I think you would have the exact same phenomenon in D&D. I don't think it was like a Daggerheart thing. I think it was a one-shot thing. But I think it was cool. I also, I definitely can see the experiences going really, really well. I think that the experiences weren't super utilized during this session. And you know, I don't super know. I mean, I kind of know why. But I think it's, you know, ultimately player decisions. But I could see, depending on the players, those experiences being much more utilized. So, and I think that would up the role playing, or that would add a new, not up the role playing, but it would add a new dimension to the role playing, I think. Yeah. It was definitely, I have a lot to think about. Especially I want to reread the like tag team section. I also think part of this was those players were going in relatively blind. Honestly, probably more similar to players that you will have at your home table if you're trying to run Daggerheart or you're trying to teach people Daggerheart, I think they'll probably have the sort of less depth of knowledge. So like Blue was saying that he watched the Critical Role videos on it, and Ryan had basically read almost zero of it. He read just enough to get the basics and to create his character. And I think that is the player that you're going to be playing with at your home table. They are either going to have learned just enough to make a character, or they are going to have watched the Critical Role videos. So I think that was good. I think a lot of, if I had to guess, I haven't watched any of them, but if I had to guess on a lot of the other examples of this that are online right now, a lot of the other examples of Sablewood Messengers, the players probably know as much as the DM, or at least, a similar amount. Whereas it was definitely, I think, a more common experience that we presented of the DM knowing the system a little bit better and trying to remember everything, not only for themselves, but for the players as well. So I think that was probably more indicative of a normal home table. And I actively encouraged it. I was like, you guys do not need to learn a bunch. So that was a fully agreed upon thing. But yeah, it was cool. It was very, very cool. Yeah. I have a lot to think about. I would like to run. I absolutely want to run Daggerheart again. My question next is what that will look like. So we'll have to see. But overall, good impressions on my end. Good vibes. The things that I thought, I'm very glad I ran it. I'll say that. I'm very, very glad I ran it. Because the things that I was worried about were pretty much non-issues, and the things that I was not that worried about were much more cumbersome than I expected them to be. So I definitely got a much fuller impression and opinion, I think, from having run it. Especially Sablewood Messengers, which is, they designed it. It sort of is indicative of, I think, how they imagine the system being run. So yeah. Cool. Well, I will not wax too much more philosophical. Thank you for joining. Anyone that watched or is watching from Ryan or Blue's audience, thank you for joining. It was a lovely time having them. You've seen them, if they've been on my channel before, and I can imagine that they will be there again because I really like working with Ryan and Blue. So I am sure that you will see us all back together someday. Whether that is more Daggerheart, whether that's Knuckles and Murphy again, that remains to be seen. But thank you again. I will see you all tomorrow. I have an event that's like a coding stream up. I think I might actually do like a no voice, no mic, de-stress Minecraft stream. I think I might change it. But thank you again, and I will see you tomorrow. Oh, and I'm going to add their links in the description if they're not already there. I don't remember if they are. But I'm going to link out to both of their channels in the description. So go follow them. They're both dope. And I will see you later.